Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to today's Series E. Now, we want to take a moment at the start of the show to, of course, honor our veterans here. It is Veterans Day in the United States, and we have two veterans that are competing in Series E. So, to Crummy and to Lion, thank you so much for your service. And here is a special word from our Series E and our partners.
On the side of Team Razor, which is tough because whenever you're going against a really solid team like that, armors do matter in these small skirmishes. So Energy realizing that, they take advantage, get pressure.
Are in the ring, and we have the bubble coming down early for Team Applejacks, and so there's an opportunity for Crafting here to try and get aggressive with their own bubble, but instead they are just playing the line and just waiting to try and get angles here as the Beast of the Hunt is popped by Protectful. Gives them that much valuable scan and allows them to know exactly where they are. Two on the right, one on the left, as Protectful has a great angle to just poke away at them currently here. Now, AJ Klein, they are going to go ahead and swing out to the right-hand side and try and take this fight. They got the first knock onto Joey. Blackout is Protectful here as Matt Pickett is not able to hold it for his squad. Crummy finishes off that bat. Now he has to fight into the 1v2 currently with the Mastiff, gets the knock, and now it's down to a 1v1. We'll have the armor swap to work with as well. That Horizon doesn't have the Q quite yet to get right back up, but as he goes in, it looks like Crummy might have the opportunity as he turns around. Oh! Just absolutely domes him with that, and we'll be able to get the quick res on to onto Matt Pickett and bring him right back into it along with Aves. And so now the shoe is on the other foot as Team Rockstar completely recover in this fight.
Yeah, this is just an absolute clinic on what to do and what not to do, okay? So if you want to see what to do, watch Crummy. If you want to know what not to do, look at what that Pathfinder did right there. And that's kind of what I do on Pathfinder sometimes. You feel like you can just fly up, kill the last guy alive, but all you're really doing is giving our
Series E.
Series E.
Series E. Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E. Series E. Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome everybody to Series E, where we are moving on to day 2 of week number 3. It is our pro night, and so we have invited teams coming in, joining our partner teams here. I'm James Jamerson Lee, joined once again by Tom T Squared Taylor. Tom, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. Played Apex till like 10 in the morning. Showed up late for the show, so sorry if we're starting like 1 minute late. That's definitely me playing too much Apex.
Casters, start the show, start the games. No, we're still waiting on our teams to get into the lobby right now, but let's go ahead and take a look at the format. And so this is a season-long thing when we have 2 nights a week going on, but the games, they're the same as you've seen them throughout ALGS, throughout every major tournament. And so the point distribution is always going to work out the same. First place will get 12 points from coming in first, all the way up to 15th place, which will get 1 point. And of course, every kill point matters as well. Every night we have a $500 prize pool on the line. And so only the top 2 teams will be placing into the money. And we've been seeing that our invited teams have been putting in some work, and there are definitely some room for growth for our partner teams.
Yeah, I think the most important thing to mention is that we're going to be playing on Olympus, the new map, which I wasn't expecting us to bust out yesterday, but it's happening. So we're going to find out where everybody likes to land. We're going to figure out who's 50-50ing who, and who's going to kind of back off and let the other team go and establish dominance in that spot. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Also, this lobby is stacked. This is a melting pot of our best NA teams and EU teams. Typically, it's separated by regions in the ALGS. Here we actually have our 9 partnered teams, 4 top EU teams, and 7 top teams from North America that are going to be duking out. So this lobby is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, and again, these names are definitely names you all know and love. TSM and Team Liquid are 2 teams that we're looking to see if they will continue to fight off of drop, along with, I believe, Applejacks. 3 teams that might be contesting for that middle spot in the middle of the map on Olympus. So I'm very interested to see that. We got a little bit glimpse of that on last Friday when I was casting a weekly tournament. And so we'll see if that continues here. And we know how strong that point of the map can be. We saw it yesterday, how strong teams can just go ahead and snowball that kind of map priority, rotation priority to be able to win out games. We were looking at, I believe, it was Applejacks. Whenever they won their 50-50, they had a 66% win rate after that to winning out the game. And so it's a very, very strong drop. And so these important fights are going to take place now, and most importantly, before ALGS Autumn Circuit stuff happens.
Yeah, and in terms of team compositions, I really just think Bloodhound, Gibraltar, Wraith is going to be the standard for what everybody's going to be running. Watson's going to become a little bit less and less popular as we go forward. But the reason that Bloodhound is so strong with Gibraltar, besides the fact that you could play Edge and hit the scans, is the fact that we're in a new map right now. And a lot of people don't know exactly where every single nook and cranny is going to be quite yet, or maybe where teams like to go and position themselves. So when you go and you play Bloodhound, you're almost cheating. You're like wall hacking, right? You're able to see for a couple seconds where these enemy teams are, and then you're going to see which way they're going to try to go and take their head glitches and things like that. And that's going to go and give you more information going forward to how other teams play, because you have experience on hitting these scans and finding out kind of which way people like to go and take power positions in certain little small skirmishes. So we're taking a look at, I think we ran through Nestle Pure Life right there, and it's going to be interesting to see where they land. But still, this is the first time that we've seen Olympus with the partner teams, with the pro organizations, everybody going to be trying to find their exact landing spot.
Yeah, Team Nestle Pure Life taking the carrier over here, and this is a squad that we are highlighting for the week. It is Nestle Pure Life week, and you know, this is a team that we're seeing a lot more growth out of. It's no longer the E-Rat Ratty show. They're fighting more in the mid game and succeeding in that regard, but it's an early drop fight here. CLG has taken a fight. NRG has boy. Damn it, Steam. This is what happens when we bring Steam to Apex Legends, or Apex Legends to Steam.
Yeah, I kind of missed that. I'm not sure what happened, but I think it's a name in there at the bottom left. Just saying. But it looks like Rice Krispie's going to get into a little bit of a skirmish there with TSM. Reps is going to drop. Song, it's up to him to hit a nice little massive shot, but it looks like he's going to back off. Hit a full medi instead of hitting the scan first. I feel like if he hits a fat scan for his boy Bird, that would have been good. But the good thing is that they got the thirst onto Reps. There's the fat scan. Now they can decide exactly what they want to do. Counter scan coming in from Snipe Down. Nice little grenade, but it's Bird taking way too much damage, and they're going to get pinched in from the side. So now it's a one-on-one. It looks like it's going to be Hal going up against Sung. A couple of cells being hit, and possibly an armor swap coming in, but this is tough. This is one of the best players individually, and you're going up against him one-on-one with the game on the line early game.
All right, he's trying to bait out with that res, as you did see Hal on the other side. Goes for the scan once again. We got the Mastiff in hand for Sung, so he can't hit the major damage. Just hits onto the shield there, and we see Hal just expertly playing around this knock shield right now. Sung is dropped down to about 50 HP. He does tag him on the other side, tries to go for the thirst. And now it's still this 1v1 here. He has the armor swap, but it's only got about 5 HP left on there. We'll be able to finish him off and now pick up another fresh armor swap, an additional 50 HP. And it looks like Sung was able to at least get that thirst. We have the res coming out as well. Rockstar getting into a fight down here on the southern side. They've already lost one. That's Rakinishu going down as Matt Pickett gets pushed by Team Razor's Mercy only.
A lot of action to start this one. Very intense start. I'm surprised that Hal backed off that 1v1 against Song. Curious to see if he's going to go back and play banners, but big opening there for Team Razor, and looks like they had Rockstar's number off the rip here. And Pickett's going to be busting out the Watson, so we're only going to have 2 to 3 Watsons in this lobby. It's going to be Pickett, and then it's going to be also Team Intel. It's going to be Tempest busting that one out. Pickett was having a little bit of fun with Horizon yesterday, but now it's Crummy left ratting with charge rifle alternator. This is you know, some of the ranked games I was playing last night ended like this. Jamerson, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I know a couple of the people that were running around with the charge rifle there. There was like an entire stack that was just running the charge rifle just to have some fun last night. But we are seeing some different drop spots. We saw last night, I believe that Solifide were playing around hydroponics and Elysium here, but because of how volatile it is right now. It's the early season. It's the early sightings of where everyone really wants to drop and fight for here. Rockstar have gone over to Hydro as we have another fight. Team NPL, the charge rifle coming in for Dracos here as he's poking away at a team just ahead of him. It looks like over in Oasis right now as they have made the rotation down from Carrier.
The really strong thing about the charge rifle, besides the fact that a lot of this map is open right now, is that you're able to get involved in fights that you typically don't, as LG is going to get a knock right there on a liquid. That's going to be Nocturnal getting finished, but it's really great for gatekeeping. It's also great for when you are getting gate kept, that you can go and poke another player off of their spot and go and push them. And it's really annoying if they don't have resources, they can't afford to stay in that spot because of the fact that you're sniping them out of it. So that's going to be Bird finding the finish onto Hal. TSM going to drop fairly early, only picking up 1 to 2 points there based on how many kills they got onto Rice Krispies. But great job by Rice Krispies coming through, and a really nice job by Sung staying alive against Hal with purple armor. Had information coming from Snipe Down with the pings on the ground, but they were able to get the flush on the reps to start, which gave them a huge advantage during that fight.
This is also an 8-game set. We have to remember that as Rockstar are able to get Matt Pickett and Rakinishu right back into this. And so they have bounced right on back. Havoc longbow currently for Rakinishu, but at the very least, he does have the blue armor. There we go. The Mastiff for the big boy on the Gibraltar is going to help out his close range fighting once it comes down to the bubble fighting there. And so we're seeing teams recover at this point. NPL still trying to make their way on in, running around the outskirts of basically Oasis here, as it looks like the ring is pulling down to the southwest portion of the map. NPL, they do get scanned. Their port was also already used, and so getting out of this position can be difficult here, as they might just be stuck inside. E-Boy Ronnie is up top, so it's going to be crucial for him to try and get vision down low, crack someone, and find an opening for themselves.
Yeah, and this is the tough spot when you're playing Pathfinder, is you're really good at collapsing on people, but when people start to collapse on your building, you don't have a scan to kind of push people off and slow that down a little bit. So Ronnie's going to take a lot of damage here. Nice little quick scope with the charge rifle from Dracos, hit it for around 60, and he's doing some serious work. These 4 to 8 shots are tough to hit with this head glitch. Typically you see like a wingman or something like that in those type of instances from the guy that's sitting behind that cylinder, but I love the way that they're taking these little head glitches and adding a lot of pressure. NPL seems to be playing fairly confident, but it's Ronnie who's getting just picked apart one by one over here, having to use his cells and batteries. It's tough when you don't have any batteries in this situation. It makes that fight very difficult to use.
It is cooler on the other side as well. Ronnie backs away. He's got that wingman out, but the defensive bubble is used by the Gibraltar. That's Naski on the other side. Now no shields almost on either side, as Bambino and Ronnie will be able to get the knocks onto Naski and Yuki. And there's only one left. It's Serdell trying his best with that R9, but he goes down. We already have the third party laying in the damage here as Bambino. See if we can get the res off. No, it looks like it's going to be Dracos to go for it himself. NPL barely able to survive that fight now. On board with Intel, who are now down over here by Hydroponics. We did see, of course, Team Rockstar were here just a moment ago, but Team Intel want to set up. It looks like they're banking on the ring to continue to pull down to the south here.
This building looks extremely hard to infiltrate if you have a Watson or anything along the sort. Caustic would be fine too, but not a lot of entry points. There's some really good angles that you could take, just like Teen's doing, to head glitch right here. So if you are to prioritize a building, if you think it's going to come down here, this building looks to be one of the safest. So I really like the way that they're playing the edge, because typically when it pulls edge on this side, it's just going to continue to do so over and over again. But this is the tough spot, not playing one of these recon characters, literally one of the only teams in the lobby not hitting these scans. But based on the scan that we're seeing, all these teams now making their way on over towards Hydro, and looks like Na'Vi, one of our top EU teams, figuring out that this is over here as well.
Yeah, they've got the scan for us as well, as you see the second ring just hugging very closely to the southwest there, and so it should continue to pull down now at this point. So with Na'Vi in the area, a lot of teams do have to watch out. Of course, this is one of those squads that can poke away from distance really well, but they also know when to pull the trigger and just basically ape onto a team now. They are making their way down to the south here, and Remember, we saw Team Intel just across the ways, and there it is, Max Strafey getting some decent poke damage off, but he will back away to the rest of his team. They have to be careful. They're not a Watson team. They don't have infinite heals. We'll see if they were able to craft up a lot of bats or what their situation is like. Unfortunately for us, of course, there is the HUD error where we can't see the throwables or the heals that are currently in their inventory.
As long as the players aren't getting a HUD error, I'm completely fine with that. Not that big of a deal. Nothing's worse than when you're playing endgame and you don't know what loot box you're going into and what's inside of it. But nice little crafting session going on over here from NPL and Dracos. Unlimited sniper ammo glitch. He typed it in right before he joined in the lobby. He has 80 shots. Going to be able to continue to rip with this charge rifle. And I almost feel like he should give his red armor up to one of his boys because of the fact that he's going to easily be able to get this thing up.
100% agree. Hitting for a blue armor there as well, and they've got plenty of time to work with to try and get out of this spot. Unfortunately, you know, right now there's a full team with the Gibraltar there. Now, it doesn't look like they're going to try and push in. They do have the option to go over to basically the Hammond Robotics exit there, as Team Pop-Tarts are now getting involved in this fight, so Na'Vi is pinched in between Intel.
Man, Blight's shots have just been so impressive. That was a really nice little 60 spray on that guy on the roof right there with the 2.4. Yeah, he does have the gold barrel, but no mag. Still a decent amount of damage for that type of range. So, really like the way Blight's been playing Gibraltar over the last couple days. We'll see if he continues to keep up the pace, but love that Pop-Tarts hit the scan for us. They're going to be able to find out where zone number 3 is and see if any of these buildings are unoccupied. If not, they're going to find a nice little rotation over towards the side where they can get high ground and gatekeep. So it looks like they're trying to figure out exactly what they want to do, as Nestle Pure Life's been very, very active this game. Looks like Dracos is getting out of there and helping his teammates. So I do like this rotation. This is the power of the Bloodhound. And these certain type of scans, it makes it difficult. You can't go and charge and take the angles that you wanted to. So smart to relocate. Also, you don't want to get third-party assistance if you feel like there are other teams in the vicinity. So they're going to use a lot of resources. Q going to be used from Wraith. She's going to phase out Bubble so they can get some angles as well. But the amount of crafting that they did, I'm sure there was plenty of batteries, medkits, healings, etc. Also, with the zone changes, expect people still to be lingering outside for maybe even up to zone 3. So no problem there for Nestle Pure Life. They're just going to take a slow rotation. But CLG find themselves in a really prime position and a lot of real estate over here towards where this zone's pulling.
We do have 12 squads left in this lobby, and so there is plenty of room and real estate going into the next couple zones. Madness did get tagged, and his armor is cracked. He backs away to his team. He will be able to heal that one up. Back on board with Pop-Tarts, who have backed out of hydroponics for now, just to play the edge here on the southeast side. Make sure that their back is clear. Looks like Pop-Tarts are in a fight with Cheez-It on the other side of this bridge. Nice hit coming in with that triple take. But Amaze will be forced to heal up before he pushes in. Defensive bombardment has gone down, and Strictly is going to try and get his team in here as we have the swing in as well from Amaze. They are full committing onto this one now. The defensive bubble has been used by that Gibraltar, but they're not pushing it quite yet. Amaze has been cracked, and he's getting poked away at from another team back over there, and so they do have to be careful in how they play this. The poke is coming out now as they do have the trades, but Na'Vi have gotten involved as well as Nesh. The defensive bombardment will finish off Pop-Tarts. So Cheez-It survive for now, but here come the rest of Na'Vi. We do have Max Strafey going on in as we have the Q being used by that Wraith. They did already use that portal at the beginning of the engagement, so they have no more escapes to work with now as Amaze has gone down. He's been finished off, and that is Cheez-It's gone. We are now down to our top 10 teams.
Unfortunate that Cheez-Its and Pop-Tarts kind of griefed each other right there, not knowing Na'Vi was in the vicinity. But like you said, Jamerson, only 12 teams left in the lobby. I feel like you could kind of take that fight and maybe live if you're able to get a clean one. And that portal was very nicely placed as well, so maybe they thought they could retreat too. But it was knocks on both sides, and that made Na'Vi just prime for a good third party, and the timing was perfect. And we have now another 2 partner teams going at it. It's Rockstar taking on Intel. Teen, that's the Wraith. He gets knocked initially, so advantage on over to Rockstar as Crummy's going to live. Hits this battery, and now they're just going to wait and reset to see if they can go back up here. But keep in mind, this other team is playing Watson as well, so it's going to be tough to go and do anything if that's the case.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a full reset from either side now at this point. As again, they don't have to full commit. They know that they have other teams like Na'Vi just waiting to come into third party as well. If you don't get a clean fight, you have to just go for that reset here. And so with Rockstar owning most of the basement or most of this building here, it's going to be very difficult to try and push them safely. And so that's kind of the thing that thwarts a lot of these pushes right now. Rockstar, though, it looks like at some point they're going to want to change off on some of this equipment. There's still a charge rifle on Matt Pickett, but he hasn't been able to get the Evo shield evolved up. I mean, it's so difficult to try and get that poke damage off when so many teams are also in the area playing around cover.
Just give that thing to Dracos on Nestle Pure Life. He'll show you how it's done. And maybe if it was a triple take, Pickett would be popping off with it, but definitely one of the stronger guns to have next to the Scout and triple take as well. See if any Sentinel fans come around, but it's just so tough when it takes so long to reload. If you don't hit your shot, the time in between is just detrimental to these little fights. But now Razor going to get involved. That's going to be CLG Vaxel. Going to drop immediately. Will Mercy be able to stay alive? They're going to find Madness as well, take over the building. A nice little armor swap coming through. That's what you love to see from Razor, and that's why they're so strong at these fights, is they understand the scenarios of thirsting the players on the ground and getting immediate armor swaps so you could worry about the third party. The other teams aren't even able to get a knock. If you get knocked, that's when the other teams send it for the third party. So they always keep at least 2 players alive in these small fights. That's just a great job. Turns is going to help finish off LG. Rice Krispie Treats is still in this one as well. And we're coming down to this final circle with only 8 squads left, Jamerson. So when you go and look at all these buildings, there's about 5 buildings in. I feel like we're going to probably slow things down here for this zone.
Yeah, there's also plenty of positions to play outside of the buildings as well for now, but Intel find themselves still safely inside of a building, and so they'll be able to board this up and batten down the hatches while they wait for a lot of the teams to fight. Here on the northeast side of the map, though, NPL are just playing edge here, and they're just surviving off of it. They have a team in their sights in the other circle building across the ways from them, and so there is an opportunity, quite possibly, for them to try and take this fight. They are, of course, watching their back towards the center zone there to make sure that if they do try to go for the fight, they'll have it clean. But they have to decide on what they want to do. They've got a minute to work with, but they need to clear out this rotation.
And you're just going to see the value of the charge rifle here, even in these type of small zones. We're talking about how you can gatekeep teams and also push teams out of certain spots. So we'll see if Dracos is going to be able to do what he was doing earlier, hitting these quick scopes and really laying down just a ton of damage for his squad. But now we're looking at Pringles, who we haven't hopped on board with quite yet. They've been safe and sound over here for quite some time. This is the first fight we've seen them take. Damage coming in from both sides, and it looks like they're going to be going up against Na'Vi. There's the first knock initially. It's going to be Stink, double bubbles coming out, and now you're going to have Stink in a 1 versus 2 scenario while the res is popping off.
Yeah, and he's just going to go ahead and call it there and back away from this now. He's not going to be able to recover hundreds quite yet. He doesn't have his bubble for another 27 seconds as hundreds will get thirsted as well. And it looks like Nestle Pure Life are coming in for that third party. They made the rotation on in, and so they're going to be the beneficiaries of this fight. They can pick up more KP along the way. That'd be great. But it looks like they're just going to pick up some death boxes instead. But they have cleared out a lot of additional players on this side of the map and wounded a lot of teams. It is Rice Krispies here on the north side of the map. They've got some decent cover to work with and no one really to contend them.
Yeah, I love the way that they've been proactive this game. They've been taking fights on the edge. They've been also rotating over towards the circle, and now they're just continuing to pick up a ton of resources on their way. They're definitely one of the more healthy teams too, but I'm curious why Sung has a white armor right now out of anything. Are they going for some sort of armor swap, or was that a mistake? Because at this point, everybody should have a purple or something along the lines of that. So that's the only big disadvantage for these guys. But Nestle Pure Life has been phenomenal so far today. It's been Dracos again with this charge rifle. Mastiff as the secondary combo isn't that bad on the Pathfinder, because what they're looking to do is if they're in danger, they're just going to throw the bubble down. And when you get in the bubble fights, you absolutely need a Mastiff. So yeah, he doesn't have an automatic gun, but typically if you're playing the way that you should, you actually don't even need to have an automatic weapon.
And we had Nestle Pure Life. They had Team Rice Krispies in their sights to their north, and Now, as the ring does pull away from them, there are 2 buildings, so you can have, of course, 2 teams inside either of those buildings, and 2 teams taking the roof. We have 8 squads left here, and I believe 2 of them still damaged. So they do have a big opportunity to try and take a roof here, but they do need to figure out exactly where all the teams are, and that's what they're doing. They're looking around, they're trying to find these teams, but oh, there we go. That's an armor swap, and Stink is one of those teams. Pringles is one of those teams that are damaged right now, and so he's going to have a difficult time of trying to get in. I mean, he's the big boy. He's going to be having a big target on his back, and here comes the Trident rotate out from NPL. They've got the bubble on top. Top is down, and they will be able to just drive right above into the zone. Oh, never mind. Someone revoke his license.
Yeah, but they're alive, and that's all that matters at this point. We'll see what happens, but interesting rotation with the Gibraltar bubble, but Team Razors found themselves inside one of the best buildings. Looks like there's only 2 in this tiny little zone. 8 squads alive. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is why Gibraltar's so strong. You're able to hit that defensive bombardment. There goes bubbles coming in from all different sides. Draco's taking some really, really high angles. He's going to have to dip out of there because that's not his defensive bombardment. That is an enemy one. So now we're seeing the power of that Mastiff come in. Also a nice little bubble play coming through, but this is where you got to just defend your teammates here. It's going to be important for E-Boy Ronnie to make sure that he clears that out. They're going to drop 303 right there, but unfortunately lose Dracos in the process. Bambino sitting there with the kill lead at 5 overall. Nice spray right there with the turbocharged devotion. They're going to knock Teen. Second time he's been down, but now their charge is coming out and a nice bubble from Hill. Is a third party coming through. We know we still have Stink over towards the side. Ronnie comes in with a nice little knock right there. That's going to be probably a res inside as well. There comes Tempest. He comes flying through with the spray, got the res onto Teen. Team Intel staying alive. We know that probably Stink could be somewhere too, unless he died on his rotation. It's going to be Razor as well. So 2 of our partner teams fighting themselves over towards the edge, and maybe a rat.
Yeah, Razor down to a duo right now. They got to make sure that they're not able to get that res off, but as they spot out the rat, they take a lot of damage. Zera does have that gold armor. He does elect to use that battery instead, so it's going to be a 2v3. To imagine the other side was able to get the res up here with that distraction. Team Razor 4 kills on Mercy only, and there you have it. Team Intel are up as a full 3. They've got a red Evo, they got purples, and they've got the zone. And so Razor have to push up into this. It's all going to come down to Zera Tricky's bubble here, and if you can get it down without taking too much damage. Got the zipline being set as well by Mercy only, and he jumps right on top of the building for free. Does jump down after taking that massive shot on to the other player here. Still the 2v3, the numbers advantage might just be too much to overcome unless they've already got the first knock. Now it's down to 1v2, and Team Intel with the numbers advantage will be able to take game number 1.
Big game for Team Intel. We saw them early set up one of the first teams over towards the Hydro side, and then they win the 2 versus 3, which it's not that easy to do because we've seen Team Razor go and do things like the 2 brains, 1 controller in Series E before and just completely mop fights that they shouldn't have. So heads up play, and I really got to give it to Tempest on that Watson, staying alive, getting the res onto Teen, and helping slow down Nestle Pure Life because that team was coming through with a lot of kills. Can't wait to see how everybody stacked out on the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, we're going to take a short break while we do fill that all out. When we get back, it'll be game number 2 of Series E. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Is there anybody that you guys want to give a shout out to that helped you guys along your journey and you want to give a thanks to now? Ronnie, start with you.
I want to give a shout out to my teammates Dracos and Bambino that found me obviously and helped me come to where I become with a solid team, pretty much.
All right, Bambino, what about you, man? Shout outs?
I want to give a shout out to ESA, my teammates, just everybody that's been supporting me on stream. It means a lot, and I really do appreciate it. And I'm gonna continue spreading the love.
Yeah, all right, Dracos, you love to hear it. What about you, man?
It's gonna be kind of the same thing as Ronnie, but I'm gonna say Bambino. I mean, me and him have been, day one since early Xbox days, so we just been putting our heads down and grinding.
You know, you guys did it, man. Congratulations on making it to Series E. I'm going to be excited to watch you guys go and hopefully stay alive here so we don't have to watch Ronnie solo. As fun as it is to watch, I want to see you guys going out there and getting up towards the top of the leaderboard. New team, switching on over to Xbox, majority of you guys. Still a lot to learn, still a lot of room for growth, and already doing it big. Excited to watch you guys play, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to Series E. We had just finished game 1 out of 8 tonight here on Olympus, and it was Team Intel taking a great win. We saw, of course, they were able to get into the center of the zone, called it without having that information, and that's why it's so important to just have that kind of like veteran knowledge and macro play behind you there. When we have a new map like this, you got to be able to learn really quickly. I mean, we're seeing a lot of teams, of course, just grinding away on ranked, and part of that is just that's the fastest way to get ring knowledge here on the map.
It's the only way to get ring knowledge, really. I mean, the amount of games that you could play without having to, you know, fill up an entire lobby like scrims is really, really important. But it's really impressive from Team Intel that they were able to do that without hitting a scan. But in certain instances too, what you do is you play off the other teams that have scans. So if you lock down a spot, next thing you know, a Pathfinder team starts setting up next to you, a Bloodhound team starts setting up right next to you. You know that that's going to come over towards them. But it was more impressive from the knocks that they had on their own team and the way that they were able to recover, because we saw Teen go down twice. Rockstar was able to take him down. Then we saw Nestle Pure Life was able to take him down, but both times they were able to recover the Wraith and get that res.
Yeah, let's see exactly how many points they walked away from here in game number 1. Team Intel weren't absolutely able to frag out, and can be difficult. We've seen in the past teams when they play center zone having some difficulty finding kills in the early game. Those teams like Razor and Na'Vi, who are getting a lot of kill points there, finding fights in the early game and in the mid game.
Yeah, kind of picking up where we left off last time with the EU teams. I'm not that surprised to see the fact that Navi's sitting over towards the top, but I was really impressed with Team Rice Krispies Treats taking down TSM. So I want to see what happens with these two teams as they continue to go on, because Sung had the disadvantage going up against Hal with the purple armor. Hal elects to back off in that instance, maybe afraid that a third party was going to come, tries to rat it out. They end up finding him a little bit later. No banners were recovered. So that was a nice job by them. They weren't able to continue to add on to that, but they still did a nice job at least getting out of that situation. So it's going to be tough because that's one of the best teams, and I don't think TSM is going to give up on that spot. I feel like they're going to continue to try to land there.
Yeah, I believe they were fighting at Power Grid, and so they weren't contesting over for its solar array, but Power Grid is also basically the same kind of position, just on the north side of the map. It does have the beacon, and you will at times have the replicators to work with as well, and so you can quickly, easily loot up. We're going to go ahead and take a short break as we do have an issue with our lobby right now, but when we get back, we will have game number 2 of Series E. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
My name's Bambino. I play Apex Legends for Nestle Pure Life. And did you know that hydration has a big impact in gameplay?
Get onto the ground and that finished him off right there.
Also getting the knock on Draco's. Jet taking out the solo rat. Ronnie taking out the Zion with the R9 spray. It's a 2v2, I believe. Ronnie taking out Jet and tries to control her armor swap.
If you want to be cracked, make sure you stay hydrated.
All right, welcome back to Series E. Sorry for the extended break there as we were just getting teams back into the lobby. We had a little issue with it, but we should be heading into game number 2. We saw that in the top right now amongst our leaderboards that it's a very tight race early on. And so that's going to be important moving forward. This is a marathon, and so you need to be consistent. That is the name of the game here at Series E, consistency. And take a look at that. We have Team Razor, Team Navi, and Team Intel all in the top 3, separated by 1 point.
Yeah, you know who's stoked about this is all the teams on the right-hand side, because typically when you see a game number 1, you're going to see maybe a team with 20 points and then another team with 10. One team starts to kind of push forward, but that wasn't the case. Razor wins that game with only 6 kills. Navi was right there the entire time. Intel wins that game, and they only had 5 kills overall. So it was a phenomenal job by the rest of the teams soaking up a lot of these kills. And teams like TSM, Liquid, Applejacks, even teams like Energy Sentinels at Third Impact, they're not too worried about game number 1. They're just going to brush it off. Like you said, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. Plenty of games to be played and plenty of opportunities to get your points.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams be able to ride a 26, 29 point game number 1 into the finals here, but that is not going to be the case. We have 7 more games. It was Team Intel that took game number 1. Like we said, they played center circle perfectly, but a lot of times playing center circle does not allow you to pick up the kill points necessary. You can't really leave your spots, which could be one of the best spots in the zone, for fear of another team coming in and taking it, or you just getting third-partied and dying. And so they bided their time, and they were able to play to the end game as we now head into game number 2, and it looks like Team Intel drops over here at Estates.
Yeah, and I love the way that Tempest plays. He's so aggressive on the Watson. I've got to give him a lot of props for the way that he was able to play that last team fight going up against Nestle Pure Life to be able to win the 1 versus 1. Not only that, get the res onto Teen, so they had a 2 versus 1 eventually if Teen was able to go and get the heals. But it's a great spot to land and a lot of fast looting. Decent rotation as well, so we'll see how fast they're able to actually get out of here, because we know over on Kings Canyon and World's Edge, if you got out of there around that 145 mark, you're thumbing. 130 is considered average. Anything less than that, you're definitely playing edge.
And a lot of teams here, I feel like on Olympus, are just relegating themselves to playing the edge. That's why we are seeing a lot more of the basically domination of Gibraltar compositions so far. We did have a fight between Third Impact versus Navi, I believe, but it's Pop-Tarts here taking a fight down by Bonsai. Excuse me.
Down by
Bonsai.
Bonsai.
Yeah, Bonsai. I'm just doing my best Rick impression over here.
Morty,
we have to go to center zone, Morty.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, Pop-Tarts has been pretty solid again. Blade's been my favorite player to watch so far, but now it's the TSM versus Rice Krispies battle. That's going to continue to go on. Snipe Down finds one. Sung finds one as well. So this is going to be a 2-on-1 situation with Reps and Snipe Down chasing Stunny on that Wraith. No armor swaps in the vicinity. He's going to have to do a little head glitch with the Mastiff. Not able to do it. Just complete domination of that fight from TSM. The opposite of what happened previously. They did have some very solid armors, though. So now we'll see if TSM is going to be able to pop off with those early KP. And it makes it a little bit more difficult for TSM when they have to 50-50 as we take a look at another fight that's happening. It's going to be Pringles going up against Third Impact, one of our top teams from last week, currently sitting over towards the bottom of the standings. But a nice job there by Casellas, Hundreds, and Stink to find some early damage.
Yeah, we're already down to 17 squads here as Team Rockstar have an early position over at Bonsai. They have the top of one of the buildings here, and so we'll see how long they decide to play down here. We don't have ring information quite yet. No one was able to pick up the scan. Scan out from Crummy shows nothing below them.
Crummy switching it up and going off of Wraith. They're going to keep Pickett on the Watson. So they're going a no portal team composition as this one pulls over down towards the south. We were joking how all the zones have been pulling north. Now we have 2 south zones. Maybe Intel going to be able to make their fast rotation again, and we'll see if they can set up inside of a building. But now we're looking at what Pringles is doing, and I'm just kind of blown away to see Crummy switch off of the Wraith and going on over to Bloodhound. But the Bloodhound Gibraltar synergy is so strong.
Looks like third impact almost finishing off Na'Vi here, but it's Intel getting into a fight with another squad. Hill gets taken out by Yuki. Nasky with the instant finish. I'll hit that L-Star now. Rockstar rolling up as it looks like they are ready to try and come in for this one. The scan comes out. Crummy takes the high ground as he pushes onto that Gibraltar, hits for the 77, continues his chase. He does have the movement speed to work with. Now he has to pull out that R301 to try and finish him off. It's so close, but Teen gets the knock onto Matt Pickett. And so we'll see if Rakanishu can get him right back up. It looks like he does have his teammates back, and they do have the high ground as well to work with. Crummy will be able to finish off Yuki here and then rejoin his team.
The only reason I'm laughing is because I know Crummy doesn't play Bloodhound that much, and he plays a lot of Wraith. And I don't play that much Bloodhound either, but I like to think that I'm good at it. And what happens is when you hit your ult and you hit all these scans, your shots aren't normally as good as they are, because it's nice information for your team, but at the same time, there's so much going on. Your screen's black and white, there's red people everywhere. You're just not used to that. So I guarantee if Crummy was on his normal character, he would have ended up finishing those shots off. But either way, they're still in a decent position, getting a nice little armor upgrade right there, and also they're Thuman. But now Teen's going to come out with a knock. Rakanishu answers that one as well. Still fairly healthy, so now Pickett comes in and joins the party with the triple take bolt combination. Looks like he was trying to stick the res, but instead is going to have to back off. You're going to have more people getting into it as well. You're going to have NRG fighting towards the side, and he's just Joe. No longer Frex, just Joe.
And yeah, they've already gotten a pick off, I believe, onto 2. So Crummy and Matt Pickett are down. It's all up to Rakanishu here, who's just so far away from his team, and it looks like he's just trying to back away and play this other fight. Now as he slides on down, he's got to be careful. There is a Wraith in front of him, and he wants to try and finish him off. CLG getting involved as well. Here comes, what is it, the 5th party now, as they're trying to push forward. The bubbles are being used by either side, but Madness has been cracked, and now they are pushing forward here. We've got the Mastiffs from either side. Frexes has gone down along with Rocker, excuse me, but they do trade away. Rakanishu thinks this might be his opportunity to come back and go for the Reds.
Oh no, it was so close. His bubble's down too. There's a knock on to Madness. Madness made his way all the way down there, kind of ruining the crawl party that's going on from Team Rockstar. There's the bubble coming up. I would love to see Rakanishu use his ultimate as well. If he could just chuck that thing over towards the right-hand side right before he hits this res, that's going to be big. Instead, he's going to go and elect to get the thirst. Still gets the res for the quick res inside the bubble as well. Defensive bombardment, is he going to use it? Elects to save it. Wow, so great play there from Rakanishu. Nice spray there from Joe onto Applejacks. Clayton's going to drop. No finish coming through quite yet, though. And there's the armor swap for Joe as well. There's the fly-in coming in for the rest of Team Applejacks. But they lost a player in the early game lobby. Someone lagging out for Applejacks. Super unfortunate. Crazy to think that they're even going for fights.
Oh boy, Lion getting spotted out. He's dropped down to about 2 HP left. Actually gets the bat off here, and he'll have 20 seconds to try and buy to get his bubble up to go for the res onto Clay, but Clay is just crawling away, and so maybe another third party is getting involved in here as Pringles are taking a fight just outside of Solar Array, I believe, this is to the west of Solar Array. They win out that fight up against LG. They'll be able to get the res as well.
Nice job by Pringles, but that bubble is down, and now Team Rockstar, a healthy Team Rockstar, coming in with the third. Really nice shots there. I think TSM was helping throughout that entire time. That's going to be a snipe down scan, excuse me, coming in. But what a play from Rakanishu. Kill leader with 5 overall, getting his teammates back up, splitting up after like the 7th party came in over towards that side. And now they're in a solid position to get more points and another third party because Nestle Pure Life has joined in and gets a knock on the snipe down.
Yeah, we're already down to 11 squads. 10 squads now as TSM gets cleaned up. CLG are also down a member as well. as NPL have lost E-Boy and Ronnie, and so it's up to Dracos and Bambino, as it looks like they might just have to give up on him. They're getting pushed down now. Crummy goes
Wow.
in. He has the R9 spray to finish him off, but it was 5 HP. It was super close there. They'll be able to get the Thirst and the armor swap, and Crummy is right back into this, as you need to be ready to fight again with just how many third parties you've been seeing so far. It's 22 players left in this lobby right now, by the way, so 5 players are currently missing from squads, as E-Boy Ronnie will be the sixth player, joining at the sidelines right now.
See, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, this map, third parties, blah, blah. Well, the thing is, guys, it's because you're so excited to fight and you're not really thinking clearly. That's the problem, is you could easily be setting up right now, but you have to assume that when a fight is happening over towards a good spot on a rotation, there's not that many people set up over towards the Bonsai side. There's not many people set up over towards the Hydro side. So if there's fighting going on over there, teams that want to fight or that want to get involved in a third party are going to continue to do so. Everybody's playing Gibraltar, so everybody thinks that they could go and reset. That's just not the case. There's so many teams that are coming in to rotate to take these spots, and one team that's been playing patient over towards the side has been Team Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, they do have the fence to work with right now. A lot of them were damaged, but with the bubble down, they'll be able to heal up, and it looks like it was Razor who were poking away at them. Hecula, the only one really taking damage from their side. We'll see if they can try and get aggressive. There is a gold armor that they have pinged on down, and so that's going to be nice for those fast heals. Well, the increased heals from the cells and the syringes, as we haven't been able to take a look at the ring quite yet, but it is continuing to pull down to the southwest side here.
Yeah, and Team Razor is just milking all of the loot from earlier, and they're just stacked right now. Hackulo rocking that gold armor on Wraith, which is phenomenal. R9 purple mag massive, probably has a blue or purple bolt on that thing too. And when you have crafting, you're going to always have a stacked gun at some point, right? So I think it's still the wingman today with the purple mag and the quick draw that's coming out, and then everyone's going to have batteries and med kits as well. But as we move into zone 2 with 8 squads alive, it looks like teams are going to have free rotations wherever they want. You have this team gatekeeping over towards the side, but it looks like the thought process is going to be to go right past them. You have the bubble. You're going to be able to portal if you need to. You also have the zip line if you need to make a crazy rotation over towards the height. So this team, not that big of a problem unless they end up hitting a massive triple take shot, which doesn't happen. And that's a free rotation for Team Liquid.
You know, they're able to make a ride into the bike shop here, but that is not going to be their last stop, you can't imagine, as they were able to pull the ring information. So it does go over to the western side of this next zone. And so it's going to start pulling on over once again to Hydro. That was our game number 1 ending, but it's very similar to the last circle that we actually had.
Yeah, so will it continue to pull south for the rest of the series? We'll see. But that's a lot of batteries, and that's what we're talking about with the crafting system. You want to come over towards Team Rockstar? They have an entire party going on over towards the corner. So highly doubt they're going to leave this spot. That's why you see the fences down. That's why you see all the armor swaps. That's what we call big chillin'.
Yeah, Team Rockstar are already happy with their performance here, as they've got the kill leader on their squad with 5 kills so far. So continue to rack up the points for themselves. They can make it to the late game, of course, that's even better, as they're getting closer and closer there. We're already down to 8 squads, 20 players remaining here, and so things should slow down. But it looks like Razor getting poked away at here on the western side of the zone. It's what is left of Hydroponics in it, as the defensive bombardment is coming down. But it looks like nothing's really going to come of it right here, as Team Razor are just going to bide their time. It's Pop-Tarts that were trying to push them.
Yeah, you're going to see the setup that Zeratricky is going to rock, which is fairly common and doesn't change map to map. He's going to still rock this one, but it's so much even more powerful. I feel like on Olympus, it's going to be a scout with a massive combination on the Gibraltar. So you're charging up your Evo shield. You're really good at mid-range. You're able to steal kills long range. You're able to poke people off their spots just like this. So he's going to try to just land a couple of nice, 70, 100 damage if he's able to land 3 shots. And then they're going to decide exactly what they want to do. But with 8 squads left, you're in a weird spot because you feel like you're not going to get third-partied. But at the same time, this game has been absolutely non-stop. So without a Bloodhound scan, you're not going to really be able to see exactly how many teams are in the vicinity. There could be even a duo waiting to just hop on you at this instance. But
Let's explore this way.
8 squads left, 20 players, definitely some rats somewhere.
Yeah, and we'll suss them out shortly enough, but this is such a great spot for Team Razor right now. A decent high ground here. They just have to make sure, of course, they're checking every single angle. They're bringing over additional cover for themselves in the form of that Trident. It's Na'Vi. They're currently down to a solo. Max Strafey, the only one alive for his squad. And I believe, yeah, we did see that third impact fight going on early on with a lot of third partying happening. So Max Strafey's just going to play the edge of the zone here. We'll see exactly how many heals he has. I mean, we know that with the nerfs to the ring damage that you're able to just heal on through for quite some time. So we'll see how patient he can play this one on the edges.
The only time that I like the ring damage being less is when I'm rezzing teammates or getting rezzed inside the zone. Otherwise, I'm all for people that are in the zone to fry. Just absolutely fry them. But Strafe doing a nice job. Staying alive, taking some angles where it's just going to be complete edge, and should be able to get top 5 with the aggressive lobby we've seen so far. Nice spray coming in from Rakanishu. Again, they're big chilling over here. So many different armor swaps, so many different batteries. They're going to be in a great spot, and it's with this new team composition. Crummy off of the Wraith, switching on over to the Bloodhound, and if they win and if this is successful, we may see them keep that. But man, look at those shots from Rakanishu, just so clean with the R301. The defensive bombardment's going to keep them inside the house, which means they can just focus that left-hand side door. That's exactly what's happening. I think it flies in there. Curious to see if they have any grenades. That means there's going to be a bubble as well. One player going to be hiding over towards the corner. They're going to rip him immediately. That's going to be a maze from Team Cheez-Its. A nice little fence coming in for Pickett as he was going to drop, so that's going to allow Crummy to go and hit a battery. But the Thermite's coming in, and the defense is looking strong right now for Team Cheez-Its. Crummy needs to hit a scan. As soon as he hits this med kit, that's going to open things up for Rakanishu. You have the bubble too, so this should be a clean 2-on-1, and that's perfect play coming in for Team Rockstar.
Yeah, Rakanishu does join the team fight a little bit late here, but he is here nonetheless. And with that bubble down, they have to try and get a little bit more aggressive right now. But with the armor's cracked, they are backing away. Matt Pickett will get thirsted off. And they've got a minute to work with here to finish this fight and then get him back into this game. We have the aggressive push coming out, and it was actually Strafey coming in from the edge of the zone here. And so they are going to be able to recover that banner. They've got the respawn beacon right there as well, and they have plenty of time to re-loot and get in ready for the next fight.
They can drop him in armor directly on the respawn beacon, and that's what they should be doing. Rakanishu could give up this red, put it right on the bottom here. You can't assume that even with 6 squads left that your boy is going to be free to walk for about 3 to 5 seconds. So I would love to see him do something like that to try to help him out and make sure that they do secure this big game that they've had so far, because Rakanishu just completely slaying with that R301 Mastiff. But now we're looking at what Team Razor's doing. They're in the zone here with their back completely clear. Could be a good opportunity. Nocturnal's going to get knocked. Great spray there from Pop-Tarts. There goes the counter bubble coming in for Blight as well. They're going to try to infiltrate this building. That player's going to be taken down, but there's also a flank coming in from Flanker himself with the Prowler. It's back and it's in his hands, and that could be a possible armor swap coming in from Lucas if he's able to land it. It looks like he's going to elect to just hit a battery instead, reset, and take this 2 versus 1.
Oh, you got to be careful when you go for that door kick down, but it looks like they will be able to recover. The zone is closing in. We'll see if he has the bubble for the fast heals for themselves, and it looks like they do. And so Team Liquid are going to be able to reset. We are now down to 5 squads, 12 players remaining here. And we saw a lot. We saw at least 1 rat going down. There should at least be another one here still alive in the lobby in the top 5. It's Rockstar still playing the edge here on the eastern side, gatekeeping a team. They do spot one out to their south right now. Rakanishu again doing such a great job. He's already at the kill. He's been the kill leader so far, but now he's got 6 kills under his belt. Another knock on to Ziki. His 3rd impact to just get absolutely mopped up here. We're now down to 4 squads, 10 players remaining, so it might be a 3-3-3-1. I don't know who else is there, as the bubble has come out aggressively on top of Team Rockstar right now, but Crummy is deciding whether or not he should push it. It was Matt Pickett who was by himself, who gets taken it out by Team Razor's Zera. And so with the bat popped now, Rakanishu and Crummy are going to be forced to push out here as they go for the massive shots. Almost gets the knock, but Hacula with the R9 takes out Rakanishu, and Team Rockstar will go down, but will Razor be able to recover? No, Team Liquid are in the vicinity, and they will be able to finish them off.
Super unfortunate there for Team Rockstar, but it's Team Liquid taking the dub. It was a great job by Flanker with the Prowler coming around. They should not have won that fight against Team Pop-Tarts, but it was the Prowler coming in for Team Liquid that was too strong. Albarelli with a nice little Kraber shot over towards the end, a little style points. Not actual points that go on the leaderboard, but still pretty clean.
Yeah, you just put them on a highlight reel, which is just as good. So great game from Team Liquid. We saw them going for a very roundabout rotation from the north-hand side, swung around to the west there of the edge of the zone, and then were able to move their way on in. But Razor did do a good job throughout that mid-game, finding a lot of kill points. We're going to find out exactly where everyone stands on the leaderboard right after this break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll have game number 3 of Series E right after this.
Hi, my name's Dracos. I play Apex for Team Nestle Pure Life. Did you know that the adult human body is up to 60% water? Neither did I.
Welcome back, guys, to Series E as we are getting ready to head into game number 3. Let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard to see exactly where every team is currently situated. Team Razor still on top. NPL, Nestle Pure Life right underneath them by 5 points at 27. And Na'Vi there in third place. And so now we are starting to see a distancing between the teams.
Yeah, but it's a really good job by our partner team so far. I hope that they can keep it up because Team Rockstar was just dominating last game. It's so surprising to me that they only have 19 points when I know Rakanishu had like 6 kills or something along those lines. So he was doing absolute work. Yeah, 7 kills is what I'm hearing overall. So a phenomenal performance coming in for Rakanishu and the Rockstar squad. Again, Pickett put himself outside of the bubble a little bit right there. He gets a little too aggressive sometimes, but typically he's playing with his teammates there. And if they were able to get away with that and continue to put on more kills, they could see themselves over towards the top 3 for sure. But it's Team Razor, Team NPL coming out hot, Na'Vi right on their heels.
And it looks like we do have a late addition to the lobby as Team Rogue have decided to bow out again. So 2 brains, 1 controller are going to be taking their spot in this lobby. So for the next 6 games, we'll see 2 games down in the deficit to see if they can actually catch up here. But we know that it is a phenomenal squad, and so it's another great addition up on top of on here in Series E, as we're still away. But yeah, like you said, I'm super impressed right now. NPL doing a great job, Razor doing a good job, along with Rockstar. They have a really good understanding of how to play this map right now. It seems like controlling the choke points and playing for the KP in the early game, but also leaving themselves options for that late game.
Yeah, not quite sure why Rogue was backing out. I know that Drop's internet was a little sketchy last night. He had to end his stream when I was watching, but hopefully they're going to be back for next week. Super solid team. But right now, I'm really impressed with just the 2 teams sitting at the top. Team Razor, Nestle Pure Life. Again, I think this is the best performance we've seen from Nestle Pure Life. They're doing it during their week as well, which is phenomenal. So I want to see them continue to just put down the damage because we're seeing them do a nice mix of playing these fights over towards the edge. They're getting involved in third parties. They're setting up nice spots towards the end game, and it's good to see them have a well-rounded game instead of what we've seen sometimes, which is ratting or losing fights. So we're getting a nice well-rounded Nestle Pure Life team, and it goes to show how well they've been performing over the next couple of weeks in Series E and what they're going to continue to do.
Yeah, it was a lot of growth coming out from them. I mean, like you mentioned, a lot of the points that helped them qualify was, most importantly, E-Boy Ronnie able to rat them out into high enough positions where they were able to qualify. But now they are showing a depth to their play, and they have been growing stellarly. One team that we are also keeping our eye on time and again is going to be Team Rockstar, or You Like That Mate, as some of you might be more familiar with playing in ALGS, as they have been getting better and better. It's more often than not, it's like, are they getting contested off drop? If they are, then that's where things, wrenches thrown into the works, and their performance does tend to suffer when those 50-50s happens, because they like to take their fights in a more controlled manner where they run as a 3 and they try to go in, for a full 3 until Matt Pickett's like, I'm tired of waiting. I'm just going to go ahead and push in.
The way that they're landing right now over towards the bottom makes me wonder if they are being contested, and they are. So typically you want to take the roof in these instances. If you're not able to get the roof, you're going to have to take the underneath. The good thing is with underneath, you're able to kind of scrounge around for loot fairly easily. The team up top struggles because they're not really struggling that badly. They struggle with the decision of, do we continue to keep this high ground and have the superior angle, or do we drop down and stop these guys from getting a majority of the loot? So that's the tricky part about landing over towards Bonsai. The last thing that you want to do is, if you're the team on bottom, is try to make your rotation over towards the top and challenge them while you're going up the zip line. So they're going to methodically play this one, and we'll keep tabs on how that fight ends up and who they're going up against. But now we're looking at TSM. We know they've been dueling it out against Team Rice Crispy Treats. You're going to have Tangy, my boy Tangy, getting a knock onto Team Applejacks, but he's going to get thirsted by Lion as well. So nice little start there for Team Applejacks, but we're seeing what the armor situation is for Team Rice Krispie Treats and also what the positioning is. Right now it looks like TSM takes a little bit of a high ground, and they have the advantage with rep of that blue armor.
Yeah, Sunny trying to play around the boxes right now. He's going to drop in there, but he's the first one to get knocked. Sniped down with that Volt, and it's going to be Sung to follow suit. All left to GS Bird, who will be in a 1v3 as soon as this res goes off, and TSM are looking to win out this fight here and start having a run back in tonight's tourney. Reps spots out that bubble, and he's just going to wait it out. Doesn't need to fully push until his team is ready, but there it is with the spray, with the melee, with the help of Imperial Howl. He will finish off GS Bird and TSM, win the fight here off drop. Now they need to continue their looting and start moving. Ooh,
Well,
LG
that's
are in
happening.
the area.
Yeah, you have LG in the area, and also Cooler got the finish on the team Pop-Tart, so Pop-Tart's going to be eliminated a little bit early, but here comes the flying third party as you're going to have Sentinels getting some knocks on the third impact. And I think everyone's got the memo that this fight's been taking place, and now everybody going to try to loot a little bit faster and try to get their KP and also eliminate one of the better teams inside of this lobby, or two of the better teams inside this lobby, excuse me. But that is going to be the rest of third impact dropping to Sentinels, so Sentinels winning their 50-50 and also getting some points on the board after a slow first 2 games. TSM, you take a look at them in the picture-in-picture over towards the right-hand side. They've dipped out, weren't able to fully loot the rest of these boxes. LG, they're going to be okay with that, but now that they get scanned, may add a little bit of a different situation to things. There's a nice little knock right there too from 303 Esports. It's going to be turns onto Rocker. Knocks coming in from both sides, but the third party coming in for NPL, and now NPL with an opportunity to get another third party here. They just got the one onto NRG, and now 303 stuck inside.
They do have the defensive bombardment, but it looks like they're just going to hold on to it for now. The team might be further away. We saw, of course, a lot of sniper shots coming through, and so they didn't feel like they were under any pressure to use that for now. And so good patience coming out from turns. 303 taking that team fight win. CLG's Vaxlon fell off the map, and you know, I'll give them some leeway. We're still what, about has it been a week, 2 weeks now? I don't even know into this. Okay, it's been a week into this season, and there's still spots where I jump over and my heart drops and like skips a beat because I don't know if there is solid ground underneath me. Looks like Liquid were able to take advantage though, and we're able to thirst one team as now we are on a board with Intel making their rotation in. They are close by over at Docks right now.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate when you fall off the map because you really can't get res in certain instances like this. I mean, people are going to be collapsing on you. It's not like the previous game where there was just an all-out bloodbath of third party, but Madness dropped as well too. So tough break there for CLG, but can't say I haven't been there before. Vaxon, totally cool with me, man. Feel free to clip it, send it our way as well. I think it's hilarious. Hal finds himself in a little bit of a skirmish over here. Has a nice portal that they could go and use and go back and forth between the building, just giving themselves some new angles. They're kind of just waiting for Snipe Down and his scan to come back so they can get the information that they need to go and try to make some sort of push. But they've used a lot of resources, Jamerson. Remember, they had to split this with Team Rice Krispie Treats, which means they had to fight and they had to heal throughout all that. They had to survive a third party as well. So this is one of those instances where you can't continue to take damage. So now TSM going to realize that. Hal's going to send this rotation over towards the bottom, and they're going to figure out a new way to approach this.
Yeah, it was more than likely LG there that they were trying to re-engage upon, who were the ones that ended up coming in, and there it is, the knock coming out from Sanya to take out Snipe Down. And so TSM punished for trying to re-engage and try to get back this loot that they lost out on. And now without Snipe Down there, they're not going to have the very valuable scans along with just the fragging power that Snipe Down brings with him. Pringles are also in the area here, and they've given us a look at what the next zone is going to be. It's pulling up here to Power Grid.
So all these teams are starting to make the rotation. It's just not the third party. This is where the zone's going to go. So now we see what's going on Solar Array side. That's going to be Navi passing up on the R9, and that's, you know, pretty rare, right? You have EVA 8 charge rifle in Strafe's hands. He's going to elect to use that instead of the R9 that's sitting on the floor with a handful of ammo. And the value of the charge rifle is just so strong with the Evo shields, with how large this map is. And you're Pathfinder, right? You can just grapple onto the car. You don't need me.
You get the super zoom as well if you have the boost time. But Claws will get them out of here for now. Again, the zone doesn't hurt that much, but trying to fight in it can. added a different variable into it. And so they're just going to elect to stay away from that fight, as LG were able to hunt down Imperial Hal. And so I believe Reps is the only one left for TSM right now. Razor, though, here on the southwest side of this zone, find themselves in a fight. Bubble has already been used by Zera Tricking, and they're going to back away from this one. And it's going to be a difficult task to try and get over to Oasis, but they can play here on the low ground right now. The scans are coming out from the Bloodhound on the other side.
Yeah, Razor sitting pretty over towards the top of our standings too, so they're going to make sure that they continue to put points on the board, but they get taken down. It's going to be Yuki with the triple take onto Mercy. Yeah, Applejack's is in a pretty solid spot over here, but we got to see what's going on with this fight. As it is going to be 2 knocks and a very healthy Cooler team coming through. Navi's going to get knocked there by Team Cheez-It, so we'll have to see what's going on with that fight. Cheez-It finishes it off as well, so Navi, one of our top teams on the EU side, drops as Maze finds 2 kills for himself. Cooler also kind of thuming over towards the side here. Very impressive the amount of damage that they were not able to take. Razor just completely caught off guard. It was that triple take coming through for Yuki that really opened up the fight.
Yeah, this is a team every day how to play on the edge here. Nasky swapping off from that Watson role that he typically plays. Taking a look at Reps as he is trying to rotate way out there with the Tridents, going all the way through the rift. It's Team Intel that have a very decent position so far here. They've been doing a good job of calling these rings so far. It's just about finding the frags that they're kind of not able to do yet. But you know, that's typically what happens when you play the zone composition with the Watson here. And so they are safely inside the zone. They have a decent position to be able to hold as well. It's of course important for players like Teen and Hill to keep an eye on the outskirts of their position, make sure they're not getting pushed.
Yeah, the reason that you don't have kill potential all comes down to the amount of guns that you have with the scopes and what you're able to pick up off of your original loot path, right? So you look at what Teen is opting to use, and he's going to go with a Havoc Massive combination, even though it shows the EVA over towards the bottom right. He has the Massive. So he's wanting to open up the fight, get aggressive with Wraith, have an automatic gun that he can spray at that close mid-range, and then switch on over the Massive when they hit the bubble fights. But we'll see what type of pick potential Hill and Tempest have as we scroll through their guns as well. You always want to have at least 1 sniper rifle in this situation, so if they do have any pick potential, that's where it would come from. But you're right, Jamerson, for only being a week into Season 7, and to be able to predict where these circles is going is great experience from the team on Team Intel. So we'll see if they're able to continue to do so, because it's not an easy thing to do. As Crust's going to get a knock right there onto Rakanishu. This is going to be Sentinels going up against Team Rockstar, and that's the last player that you want to have down on your team because of the fact that he's your defense, he's your bubble. Speaking of bubbles, that's the aggressive bubble coming in for Sentinels. Great spray right there, but that's all she wrote. Crummy not going to be able to 3v1 a team like that. Everybody collapsing over towards the side. Not only that, you got Reps from TSM pinching you from behind, and that is a bad spot to be in for Team Rockstar. Great job by Sentinels, though.
Yeah, Reps is still the solo rat, so I don't know if he really wanted to give away his position here. Is now Sentinels, after they pick up all this loot, they will be ready to try and chase him down if they can find him. We're down to 11 squads here, so things are a little bit slower than at least in game number 2. Pringles over in Power Grid, though, have a decent position in the high ground being held by Casellas right now. They can play on top of the crane if they want to, as well as they have that zip set up for themselves currently, so leaving themselves some options. Don't know exactly which team it is. It might be LG still in front of them, who we did see here early on.
Yeah, LG's been poking and prying. Pringles has been in the vicinity the entire time too, but this flat line without a mag is tough to deal with. Casellas doesn't care. He's still taking a nice little head glitch over here towards the roof. 100's going to get aggressive. He takes a little bit of poke as well. Stink locking things down with the 2x too, so that's not going to work though. Rugby actually gets the knock on 100. So we saw how overextended 100's was. He took 50 initial damage. They collapsed on him immediately because of the fact they knew that he was overextended. Somehow they make it back over here, and it's not going to be Stink hitting the res. Actually, it's Casellas. There's the bubble coming through, but LG going to get aggressive immediately.
Yeah, they are at the bubble already. You have the defensive bombardment coming out, but they've already run past it as LG have gotten knocked here, and so they do trade, but it's now the man advantage for LG in this 1v2. They're trying to find the last member of this team. They're gonna stick the res onto Ronnie here as Rugby with that massive out hits for the 30 on the blue, and he's just holding the angle for his team. Ronnie will be able to fast heal through that bubble, and Stink will fall as Hundreds gets cleaned up as well by Sonya. And so we have 2 rats now left in this lobby. It's Applejacks, though, over at Turbine getting themselves into a spot of trouble as Kenny barely able to make it out, but as he does, it's going to be Cheez-Its strictly gets the knock onto him, and now it's going to be the 3v2 fight in favor of Cheez-It, who have, it seems like, a renewed fire to take these team fights up against squads, taking out 2 members of Applejacks here. They've only thirsted the one yet, but it's all up to Klain to try and recover his team or just back out of here. Oh, Cooler in a fight with, I believe, Sentinels as well.
Please get a name change. Nasty gonna get a knock right there, but the thing about a new map is it's a new opportunity. It's a fresh ground, and it's nice because you could build confidence together and just put time in together. And it looks like that's what Cheez-It's been doing. As we take a look at what's going on the Cooler side of things, they get a couple knocks onto Sentinels. Now it's just Crust as the last guy alive on this Pathfinder. He is going to be able to make his way into the zone. Should be able to grapple out here in a couple of seconds. And they're full sending on this portal, though, so I don't know if they're going to continue to chase or if they're just going to take this KP, take the salute, and get out of there as we get a little Kung Fu kick coming in there from Nasky. And Nestle Pure Life getting aggressive over towards the building. Nobody's in there, Dracos, but possibly. There it is. There's Crust.
Yeah, Crust not able to survive long there, and we do know that Cooler is on the other side, but a massive wall is going to separate the 2 teams for now. E-Boy Ronnie, he's got the Kraber in his hands, and he's holding an angle here, just waiting, but they didn't have to go far. They've been dropping, I believe, Carrier, and here they are once again.
Yep, and they're just going to play this high ground and play the tip of the Carrier, which is great, and see what Ronnie's doing. He's making sure that nobody's flanking over towards the side, making sure that that team doesn't push and their back is clear. The problem is that zone isn't going to tick that hard, and if that team does want to rotate or needs to rotate over towards there, that is definitely an option. That's really the only thing that could screw over Nestle Pure Life right now. So they have to allocate at least one person over towards this side, and there's going to be a bubble coming in. That is, I think, which team is over here? I'm not sure who that
was.
Could be. Could be Reps. Oh, he fell off the map.
All right, we do have LG playing over here on the eastern edge. Is Rugby taking a lot of damage, and you have the bubble coming out from Ronnie to give him an escape here. Defensive bombardment will be used as well to buy a little bit more time. Rugby just healing up now with that med kit as his teammate is just covering his exit, and so with just a couple more seconds left, he will be able to get out of there. And so LG, they do survive the fight currently, as we are down to 7, and it is full squads remaining here. And so now it's about how do they make this rotation in. They have a team in front of them. They have the option to go to the south as well. Nestle Pure Life in a fight here on the western edge. The team has pushed them on the front side of the Carrier here. They just backed away and gave away some ground to this squad. E-Boy Ronnie has that Kraber out ready to rip someone's head off, but instead, we'll go ahead and check the angle behind him.
I love the way that Dracos was playing that one. They had the initial damage that they need, but then a Mastiff ended up ripping him for 100, so they had to back off, throw that bubble down as well. But now we're looking at some more fighting happening with dual bubbles. It's going to be LG pushing in. Nice little arc star there as Sonya comes in with the flank, but a very nice Thermite is going to make its way underneath the bubble, making things a little bit more difficult for Ronnie as he tries to track that player in front of him. That's going to be 303 Esports. It's going to be Turns dropping first. A little bit out of position. That other player is going to be weakened behind the box. That should be an easy kill for Rugby as he makes his way across as well. Great infiltrate there from LG, showing how it's done, picking these players apart, finding who's overextended, and then forcing the other teammates to help them. So they now force themselves in a 3 versus 1 situation. So tough spot for 303 to be in. Is Teen going to be in the vicinity also to help LG finish that kill and get that extra KP?
Yeah, and LG, they're looking pretty. Even though the zone's about to close, they have the Trident along with the Gibraltar for the rotate in to try and find a safe spot. Intel have been able to call the zone 3 for 3 right now, and they have been playing from this position so far, controlling the zip lines, making sure that they're checking their backs judiciously here. As Hill even going to swing wide into the center of the zone to spot it out. It looks like Team Liquid are the ones that were trying to push into carrier here. Albralele will back away after his poking and prodding mission to rejoin his team as the zone starts closing.
Yeah, and Liquid has a lot of real estate. You see they pushed up basically to the 50-yard line there and then retreats all the way back to what you could consider their end zone. So this team inside of the zone here, testing out the new damage as round 4 is going to close, and it looks like they're doing a pretty good job of it. They're going to hit the bubble heal as well, probably hitting a full med kit, but now is going to be the time to charge out, probably running low on resources. NPL just foaming at the mouth, waiting for these players to come out. Ronnie gets a knock there onto Hill with the Kraber, but Dracos isn't having it. He doesn't want these players to live inside the zone.
Yeah, and the dome was already used as well, so they're not going to have the fast res. And take a look at this ring. It's pulling onto the deck of the carrier here. And so NPL are taking a position outside to control this area as they find out Fury, who is the last remaining member of 303. Dracos immediately backs away to make sure that the team that was rotating
it
in.
was Cheez-It.
It was Cheez-It who has gone down. But he's still holding the angle for now, as it is basically just NPL's game to win. They have a great position. They can slow walk this in with the ring, and they just have to control those zip lines.
I actually had this zone 2 days ago, and the team on the ship has a huge advantage because as long as they watch that entrance to where Team Liquid was going, the only other way that you could get across, I believe, is from zip lines. You can jump off from the right-hand side too, but now all these teams are forced to fight each other. You're going to see Ronnie get the knock right there. This is going to be Cooler going up against Team Liquid. Team Liquid won the previous game, but now Nocturnal on the retreat. There goes Intel getting some finishes inside of the ring right there. That's right on the edge inside the bubble, so they're completely cool. And that's a nice job finishing off LG as Cooler finishes off Liquid. 5 squads remaining.
But they have to make it across the zip, and that's going to be the difficult task here. They've already gotten hit.
Kraber.
Oh, the Kraber shot connecting onto Teen at such a valuable time. It doesn't force out the bubble, but now it's Cooler who have to try and find a way on in. They're going to try and walk up on the edges of the ship, but oh boy, Team NPL looking to close this out. Another Kraber shot connecting there, taking out Teen, and there it is. Cooler have pushed up. The bubble has gone down early from Bambino as he was worried about a 3v1 push onto him, but now playing the bubble here with the Peacekeeper out is going to be Yuki to get the first knock. NPL have gone down. Cooler, we're able to find the position now. They're pushing up. Teen and Intel get cleaned up. Cooler with a nice maneuver there, able to get into the zone, just looking for the final squad. It is Nocturnal healing off in the zone, just delaying the inevitable. What a great move by Cooler to take the W in this game.
Just a little bit of misplay coming in from Nestle Pure Life. The enemy team uses their bubble first. They just needed to regroup. There's the snipe coming in. Cooler finishes it off in style with the Kraber, but Nestle Pure Life had that in the bag. It's so unfortunate that they weren't able to pull that one off. They have the positioning, they have the weapons, PK, Kraber. All they had to do is retreat inside their bubble, charge that choke PK up instead. A little bit of misplay, exposing yourself, also just mistiming with the bubble, and also not getting together inside and making that your meeting point means that Cooler is going to take game number 3.
Yeah, and that's something NPL, if they look back at it, you're not going to let that happen again. Just letting a team just run up on the side of the ship there for that rotate. But it was a great maneuver by Cooler. They'll take game number 3. We here at Series E, though, are going to take a short break. But when we get back, we'll have game number 4 for you. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Let me just Oh no, I don't got it. Hold on. Y'all ready? Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. it again, baby.
All right, welcome back to Series E. We're getting ready to head into game number 4. But before we do, let's go ahead and check in on the leaderboards to see exactly where we're standing. We do have Cooler making a big jump with that massive win, putting themselves into second place with 36 points, but Team NPL find themselves in first with 38. And so our top 4 really highly contested, and even the middle of the pack not too far off. And that's kind of what happens when you don't have back-to-back winners in the lobby so far. And so it's anyone's game still with 5 games left to go, Tom.
Yeah, and keep in mind over towards the bottom, you're seeing 2 Brains, 1 Controller with 0 points. They were a late entry, so they are just getting going. They're going to obviously have a lot less points than everybody unless they're able to really pick it up over towards halftime. So they took over a rogue spot. Thanks for 2 Brains, 1 Controller filling in. Good luck to them as well. But NPL, super impressive. Unfortunate that they were not able to finish off last game. It was Cooler just dominating the entire time, winning a handful of team fights to put themselves in a phenomenal position. But Liquid also finding themselves over towards the end zone for the second game in a row. They're playing very smart right now, picking their fights, choosing them very well, not getting a ton of kill points, but at least a lot of placement points on the board.
And we have to remember that this is a lot of learning, by the way, with having a stacked lobby like this right now for every team, as we're still trying to establish drop zones, how to play around the rings, how to rotate around. It's Team Nestle Pure Life currently, though, sitting in first place. And we were saying, you know, this is a team that has been growing a lot, that have been making drastic improvements in the way that they've played. They're no longer playing from behind. They are now playing with the lead.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Ronnie was putting in some really great Kraber shots last game. You saw when Teen was trying to rotate from Team Intel, he got ripped for a good 145, had to back off, and didn't even have opportunity to hit a Phoenix or anything along those lines because the zone was closing so fast. So they got a little bit honed in. Like you said, Jamerson, everyone's still learning. I guarantee no one ever comes from the left-hand side of that ship again whenever they're trying to lock down that end zone. But it was a great job by Cooler, recognizing that was the spot they needed to go through. They took advantage of that, secured some points as well. But it's Applejacks going up against Two Brains, One Controller. That had to be over towards Solar Array. That seems to be where both of those teams were going at it yesterday. Pop-Tarts going up against LLG. You have Cooler going up against Rockstar as well. The 50-50s all over the place. The Sentinels is taking on Third Impact too. We have 4 to 5 different 50-50s here on Olympus.
Yeah, it's about asserting dominance, asserting where you are going to be dropping here. Matt Pickett has gone down on that horizon. We'll see if they can recover his banner there, and there is a respawn beacon as well for him to use. So Rakanisha can bubble it if he wants and try and go for it, but instead he'll go ahead and back off and rejoin Crummy.
It's just unfortunate for Rockstar that they continue to get 50-50'd, and now they're switching up their composition again with Pickett getting off of that. Like you said, Watson switching on over to Horizon, snipe down, getting themselves in another 50-50. They're going up against Rice Krispie Treats, so I think that's probably 6 or 7 50-50s that are taking place on the start of this map. Absolutely insane to see how this one's going to play out. But Rep's got that Evo charged up to purple and finds a purple early. This is going to be very powerful for TSM, and that's why they're playing around Reps right now. Typically, you'd see Hal go out there and try to make a play, try to grab some information. They're waiting for Snipe Down to have that scan back, but it's all about Reps right now. He's got R9 Wingman. He's got the bubble. He's got that shield. He's just going to be working together to try to make a play, but Snipe Down's a little late to the party. Great spray from Hal. Going to rip the player over towards the top. A couple grenades coming through. That should buy them enough time. A nice flank over towards the bottom as well. Great job from both teams coming through, but it's Sung with the knock originally. With the alternator, they find a knock as well onto Reps, and that's the squad wipe from Team Rice Krispie Treats, taking down TSM.
Yeah, TSM tried to just all three push as soon as that scan came out from Snipe Down to go onto the second floor and push those teams, as they were a little bit separated there. Unfortunately, timing didn't quite work out for them. You saw some good nade usage as well to slow it down, and then that flank coming out. CLG finding themselves in a fight as they're trying to rotate out of Rift right now, taking a lot of damage. Pal was able to get that gold armor for himself, but he's in the driving seat, so he cannot heal up. Surprising that Madness isn't healing either, and so they might not have just been able to recover enough loot. And so they'll create some distance between themselves and that team, try to find some cursory loot here, and hopefully they can heal up and stabilize and try to go back to that fight.
Not sure if Madness got the memo that he could heal while he's on top of the Trident. He did have a battery that entire time, but either way, as long as you don't send, that thing off of the map, then you're gonna be okay. They park it right there. It's gonna be completely fine. They also got the zone scan, so they're gonna pick whatever building they want. Solid rotation coming in for CLG. Completely worth taking all that damage. And now they're just going to try to pick their best spot. However, someone has made their way over here too, so now they're going to have to fight for it, which we know is going to mean third-party area. Madness gets stuck with an Arc Star, forces his Q, takes a lot of damage. He's out of the fight. Baxlon takes a lot of damage as well. Now they know where Madness is. It's up to Pow with this gold armor and the Pathfinder to go hit a good grapple and take some high ground. He made his way over towards the left there with Madness. There's the other scan coming in. This team really wants to get busy over here, but they put themselves in a really weird position, dropping over towards bottom middle. There goes the bubble. That's why they elected to do it. Huge fight happening right here. Whoever's going to win this is going to be able to take over this mid area. That's going to be Rice Krispie Treats, fresh off their win against TSM, getting dropped. Are they going to be able to win this 2 versus 1? It's Stunny coming through. He wins the 3 versus 1. Stunny going big for Rice Krispie Treats. Holy cow.
Oh my goodness, that was such a good fight for CLG. They were playing around the bubble. They pushed 3v2. They win out that 3v2, but then Study just shows up with the R9 and the wingman and shut them down. NPL, they'll find themselves in a fight as NRG have gotten the first knock onto Bambino. There's the second one as E-Boy Ronnie has gone down. And it looks like NRG will be able to clean this one up. Draco's the only surviving member of NPL, making his way through the carrier to try and get out of dodge.
The good thing is he's playing Pathfinder. He has Ronnie, so there has to be some sort of rat spot in the vicinity up their sleeves for the best rat team in all of Series E. We'll see what Dracos is going to be able to do. Can he get the banners, or is he just going to wait this one out? Meanwhile, Cheese It, they've been playing aggressive. Died to the zone last game, but you also have Energy getting right back into it, too. That's actually Sentinels, excuse me. Getting a knock right there onto Na'Vi, so now they're going to get aggressive. There goes the bubble. Defensive bubble coming through on the opposite side. They're going to be able to probably get that res over there. Senok's going to retreat back over towards his bubble to hit a big battery, but they're going to find another knock right there onto Strafe. Meanwhile, a third-party portal coming in through behind. Everybody going to have to get out of this one immediately. Most likely going to be a Q there coming in for the Sentinels team, but no, they're just going to continue to fight this one, and looks like that portal player probably just backed off, as it's going to be a nice res coming in for Team Intel. But they get pushed immediately too. So tons of actions happening, as that's going to be Pringles and Chrysalos just capitalizing on that and pushing Team Intel so aggressively.
Yeah, it was just straight into a re-knock, and so Intel just could not do anything at all. Team Liquid, though, are in the vicinity now as we join Nocturnal, trying to get some poke damage off to the teams to the east. He did get that red Evo for himself as he goes ahead and pops that Phoenix kit for himself. So doing a good job with these long-range weapons to just throw a lot of these players off, as we do have Intel on the ring. It is going to pull over towards Team Liquid, so they're happy with this position right now. They can play around with the replicators as well, with how much ground that they are controlling currently to fortify their economy situation, get more bats and such. But with docks in play along with power grid, at some point it looks like they will have to make that rotate over to power grid.
This one's definitely going to pull over towards the power grid side, but seems like a fun area to play Pathfinder on, so you can go and get these little high ground angles with the scout as well. Saw Albrelli, he's going to ditch his Hemlock and pick up the R9. Makes sense because of the fact that he's playing on this Wraith, so he wants to get a little bit more aggressive. But this is a good solid position to be in right now for Team Liquid. Again, just continue to charge these Evo shields up. Try to get that thing over towards the red. Speaking of red, this guy's flesh right in front of him. That's going to be Dracos trying to rat it out, but that'll be the end for Nestle Pure Life. Unfortunate for our #1 team right now during Nestle Pure Life week as well. So they get slowed down for the first time. It's okay. They'll have halftime to talk about what went wrong, reassess how they're going to be able to attack the rest of these 4 games. But right now, NRG seems to have the most momentum in the lobby with a couple of kills. They get one knock right there onto Cooler. That's going to be Nasky dropping. Meanwhile, Razor going to be dropping over towards the side. They find themselves in a fight with Team Liquid, and that's going to be the squad wipe. So nice job there by Team Liquid finishing that one off. They're going to be able to get the res onto Albrelli. And another one of these fast-paced games, Jamerson, where we're going to have less than 10 squads alive going into zone number 2.
And NRG are getting aggressive here as they're pushing forward onto this team. It was Cooler that they got the knock onto. Don't know if they were able to recover. I believe, was it Nasky who went down? Rocker taking his time, though, to heal up, as we do have the high ground position being held by Nathan up top with that Pathfinder. The scan comes down. He feels a little bit vulnerable there behind that rock, and so he will back away, joins up with his team, as, yeah, they were able to get the res, but they still need to stabilize here. They've lost one more. Drop down coming out from Nathan here. He's got the massive out, broke the arm shield, and we will be able to get the knock onto Nasky. There's only one player remaining here for Cooler, as Nasky gets thirsted off. 303 coming in for the third party, though. They'll be able to finish that last kill on Yuki, and now it's Team Rockstar finding themselves in a little trouble here, down on Solar Array in a fight.
Yeah, what are these two teams doing over here? Just hanging out on the edge. It's going to be Rockstar and who else? Who else is using this to their advantage, staying inside the zone for that long? It's going to be Team Sentinels. Crust gets knocked. That's the rest of the players as well. Rakanishu, you're not going to be able to get that med kit up, brother. You're going to have to get res. That's definitely a syringe moment if I've ever seen one. Pickett, he's got that med kit off, but it's okay. Zone not doing too much damage, should be able to fully reset here, and we did see that mini map there, so nobody in that vicinity. Clean rotate coming in for Rockstar, dropping Sentinels. Now we're down to 10 squads alive, and see exactly how fast this one goes, because this reminds me of the earlier game where we had 8 squads for quite some time, and people really started to set up and start to respect the map and the space of one another and slow down just third parties a little bit.
Yeah, NRG still over here at Turbine, though, with 303 very nearby. As you can see, the scans coming out. They got the info from that as well. The pings are being used. And this time, it's going to be Frexus taking the high ground position here. And Nathan will join him as they literally patrol the perimeter of this area. Okay. Not as impressive. But it looks like 303 might have given up on the chase here. And so NRG should be able to safely get into the zone. They have plenty of time to work with here and plenty of options as well. They don't have to commit to this here if they don't want to try and push out. They do have a fortified position on the other side. They've got a lot of cover to work with, but good damage coming out from that scout. NRG, now they might have found an opening to try and push up. We do have Frexes all the way back here, but we have Nathan leading the charge along with Rocker here on the front lines, setting up a crossfire to try and get in on this building. Good damage coming out from that wingman. He does have the skull piercer on it, but it's Rocker with the R99 from the left flank here, trying to create an opening for them. But as time has passed, that should be both teams being able to fully heal up. Here it is, the push coming out from NRG, trying to push the Wraith on her own, hitting for the 100 as the Pathfinder swings in, doesn't hit with that massive shot, will go down. It is 303 on the other side now. We do need Joe to get involved in this fight, but he's thrown down his bubble as the defensive bombardment is used. Rocker is going to spend this time to try and heal up and back away from this. He doesn't have the banner of Nathan quite yet, and it looks like they're just completely signaling the retreat. They will back away from this.
That was a very aggressive push, and they got punished because of the fact they have to clamber up right there. The animation takes away from being able to shoot. The enemy player was just waiting for that to happen. Yes, there were some nice massive shots going on, but when you're fighting 2 players in that instance, you're definitely going to go down. So a heads up play there from 303 Esports, punishing NRG. NRG was getting so aggressive because of the fact they've been winning a lot of these team fights, building on their confidence. They wanted to continue to do so, but instead they lose a player throughout all of that. Pop-Tart's also down a player, as well as we take a look at what's going on with Blight's side of things, rocking that 2-4. Purple Mag Scout with a massive, very powerful combination, but now we have a fight going on between, 2 members of Liquid down to Applejacks. 3 members.
Wow, Applejacks just clean that one up, and we're continuing to be surprised by their team fighting, but they have been able to just roll through some of the toughest team fights here in the lobby, taking out Liquid just like that. They need to restabilize, though. Bubble is going to be used by Lion. He climbs up to rejoin his team, gets shot from behind, though. Now here they are, just controlling the stairwell. Pringles is on the other side here. As they get the first knock onto Lion, they push on out now, able to finally get out of that stairwell, chasing down one, thirsting him. Bubble comes out from Stink here. He'll get the armor swap, and they'll be able to fully heal and just regroup for possibly the next fight, but it doesn't look like with the trades a third party will come in.
It's a really good third party there from Team Pringles, and like you were saying, Applejacks winning that fight against Team Liquid, phenomenal job by them. But the problem when you're fighting in these instances, one, you have to reload, you have to heal, etc. You're down your bubble, a lot of different things, but the most important thing is you're a little bit split up because everybody is looting boxes, and if the other team collapses as a 3-man and just finds you out of position, they're going to punish you. And that's exactly what happened to Team Applejacks. Unfortunately, they were caught looting. They didn't get a full reset. Lion had to use his bubble early. Not only that, he wasn't even able to fully heal from the previous fight. And if you go in with, say, maybe 170 or 150 health compared to the full 200 or 225 to, say, someone like Casellos, we're at that point where everybody's so talented that that's all the advantage a team like Team Pringles needs. So they take that, and they take a very good spot in the center of the circle here.
Yeah, and you know, more to that point, Team Pringles, they were able to reset really quickly, and you saw Casellas just holding that high ground, spots out that a zipline was thrown on top of them, but because of his mere presence, the third party just stops right then and there. We are down to 9 squads, though, 21 players remaining, so a lot of teams. We have to imagine maybe 2-3 rats still out in this lobby currently, if we can get a better look at that. Casellas bringing in the armor for his team. It looks like, yeah, it is Claws one of those rats in the lobby right now. NRG continuing this fight, but it's Rucker already going down. Nathan will be the next one left. It's all up to Frex here against 303 once again. And oh boy, this extended fight actually dragging out all the way to the western edge here, as Frexes will be able to heal up, but now he has to get out. His rotation path, it looks like, maybe swing up and take the road to the north side.
Something that we didn't see in previous seasons, going into zone number 3, going into zone number 4, making a rotation, trying to rat it out as long as possible. As we take a look at what's going on with 303, and Pop-Tarts finding a knock right there as a 2-man squad onto LG. Nice job by them. Meanwhile, Na'Vi just hanging out in the zone as long as possible, hitting the Q, possibly going to go and grab that Trident, trying to get as much placement as possible. And there goes the aggressive push coming in from Pop-Tarts. Great bubble, some pretty solid massive shots, finding the knock right there onto Ronnie. Now a one-on-one situation, he's going to finish it off in style. It's Team Pop-Tarts with the 2-man squad coming through, doing some big things. Meanwhile, more fighting, Jamerson, as Cheez-Its taking on Team Rockstar. It's going to be Pickett with the black hole. Also Rakinishu with the bubble, but it is going to be Crummy getting thirsted throughout all of that. So will they be able to get the res on Cheez-Its side, or is this going to be a 2-on-3 situation? Looks like it's just a 2-on-2 right now. Pickett and Rakinishu playing around over towards the bubble. Great head glitching coming in for Rakinishu, and that's how you play these areas over there. No, that's not admin table. There's no card swipes. That's just Team Rockstar coming through with a clean fight.
Yeah, they, like you said, though, they need to get Crummy back into this. They have a respawn beacon just to their west, so they'll go ahead and pop that. But the timing on this walk-in is going to be very tight here, as he still needs to loot up and then rejoin his team. Luckily, of course, Rockstar do have that defensive bombardment to try and create an opening for them, as they need to go north. They have two options to go, either go to the west or to the east here. It's Pringles holding down the southern edge here, as they are doing a good job of holding multiple buildings, and really this is the only angle they have to worry about. And so now they are just holding it down, as the port is being used by this Wraith. It's for the purple, and he's instantly going to go ahead and back away to the rest of his team here, using this Trident as extra cover as well. And so forward position being held by Pringles, but unfortunately though, they did let a team get past them.
I think we even saw yesterday where it was a circle over towards Bonsai, and a team used the Trident to to stick another team inside the door, kind of like we saw with Lifeline and her ultimate back in the day when you wanted to trap people inside. But now I like the angles coming in from Pringles. Like you said, a lot of real estate in their favor. Where are the rest of the players, though? A handful of rats. That's one of them right there. Sir Joseph coming through, trying to hit a medkit. Still in zone number 5, but Crummy, he's eating a lot of damage, comes through with the scan and the medkit. He's in a safe spot. So it looks like right now, to me, Team Rockstar in a pretty prime position. And the only team that could put a little bit of a wrinkle on their plans on the left-hand side. Looks like that's what they're trying to do, but a lot of respect being given because a couple of shots laying on to Pickett.
Yeah, and so good rotation coming out from Rockstar. They're able to walk in, noticing that Pringles were playing more on that western edge. We'll see if they spot out Frex, as he is walking this one in as the big boy. He's got 45 seconds left, and at this point, Pringles have taken their eyes off of that western edge, so it might be a little bit safe for him, but good check there with the R99 hitting onto that purple, but Pringles, hundreds. The only one that doesn't have the red Evo for his squad, but you know, they've been getting into a lot of fights, so I'm surprised by that right now. With 6 squads remaining, 13 players, we know that there's got to be another red or so left in this lobby. NRG are still in this, trying to make it into the highest positioning as possible. We'll see how high Frex can get for his squad, as they are starting to taxi over the extra armors, swap it on. We'll see if Stink can get this. He's got the G7 Scout in hand. Rockstar, though, taking some damage here on the eastern edge. It looks like they do have a pinged out position for themselves here for this next zone, which is starting to close right now.
Looking like a Rockstar Pringles finish, as Pop-Tart's gonna continue to pick up kills as just a 2-man squad. Here comes the push. They find a player over towards the bottom. There are armor swaps in the area. Hundreds just completely caught off by the push there, as Pickett gonna get the initial knock. Stink answers it right back though, so it's a 2-on-2 situation. Amazing shots there from Crummy, just wailing every single wingman shot possible, but now it makes you wonder if a third party is gonna come and join in. Crummy has the armor swap, hasn't even missed quite yet. That gold wingman just doing serious work as that player is pushed now over towards the stairs, using the enemy's shield too. Actually, that's his teammate's shield. There's the enemy. He's going to finish that one off, probably get the armor swap too. Now, are they going to be able to get the res? Big scan coming through. Multiple armor swaps on the ground for Pickett. Rakanishu in the vicinity hitting a med kit. What a push coming in for Rockstar. Super unfortunate for Pringles, especially hundreds as he was caught looting.
And that's a very important push because at this point, it looks like Rockstar might be the only team that's up as a full 3. And so if we can take a look and swap around between the other squads to see exactly what we're working with in this final circle. We do have 45 more seconds. No, 303 are a full squad here. Not too far away from them as well. But it's Pop-Tarts as a duo who are playing from the zone. And so they're hoping that the two teams to their south start fighting first and they can take advantage of the third party.
Yeah, it's been a great job by Lucas, by Blight. Fat Fruit Ninja bit the dust a little bit early in this game, respawn timed out, but he's been enjoying the show that Team Pop-Tarts has been able to put on. Hemlock, gold barrel stabilizer, purple mag. The fact that you do have your Gibraltar here is a big deal. That's going to allow even more time, like you said, Jamerson, to possibly push the other teams into one another. Maybe it's a defensive bombardment. Maybe they get damage on you and you just bubble and they forget about you and the other team starts to push them over towards the side. Whatever you need to buy time and distract the enemies is going to be huge here. So we'll see what Lucas is going to do with this great head glitch. There's the enemy bubble, which means that they're going to have to hit theirs as well. Also a nice angle to lay that thermite down. So like we were saying, Jamerson, just buying time, trying to push these two teams into one another.
Oh, Blight has taken some damage though. Thermite ticks, and it looks like Pop-Tarts are the ones that are getting collapsed on. 303 have traded 1 for 1, and so that means on the other side, Team Rockstar are now coming in, poised to take this game here as they drop down with the Mastiffs. They lose 1, but they're not worried whatsoever. Rockstar take game number 4.
And now everyone's going to play Horizon. Thanks, Pickett. Thanks, Pickett. Great job there by Team Rockstar, though. And hey, I mean, you got to give it to Team Pop-Tarts too, staying alive with just a 2-man squad. Not only that, picking up a handful of kills on the way. We've really seen a good performance from a lot of our teams today. Nessie Pure Life was #1 overall. They fell a little bit early, but Applejack's winning some really solid fights. All of our partner teams really putting on a nice performance today.
Yeah, it's been a great 4 games so far, but that means we have hit the halfway mark. And so we're going to go ahead and take an extended break here as we do set up for the final 4 games of the day. Don't go anywhere, guys. You don't want to miss the conclusion of Series E. We'll be right back after this. All right, welcome back, guys. Right out of halftime, straight into the game. We are on board with Team Rice Krispies. Once again, it looks like they are being challenged by TSM up here at Power Grid. And so we'll see how this fight evolves. It's been such an affair between these two teams, Tom.
Yeah, and the Bloodhound scans are just so important right here. And this is what makes Bloodhound extremely valuable in these situations when you're approaching a new area, when you're trying to take over, and then also in the end game when you're trying to scare teams and also just find out if there's any rats. So it's really up to Snipe Down, and it's up to getting a really good initial burst here. But now you're going to see a nice thermite coming through from the Rice Krispie side, but Sunk takes so much damage. It's going to be Snipe Down with the RE45. The finish coming in with the devotion. When you look at the three blues going up against what Team Rice Krispie has, also just the solid guns that TSM has as well. It's going to be so difficult to win this 2 versus 3. See some Hail Marys coming in from the roof. Nice little burst there from Bird, but it's not going to matter. However, Reps is going to eat dust as Stunny's going to get the knock. If he can get this armor swap, that's going to be huge. Actually, Reps drops, but it doesn't matter because the 2 versus 1 happening up top. Snipe Down finishing another one. Nice job coming in for TSM. And they should be able to reset here.
Yeah, Sentinels versus Third Impact, as well as Pringles have found themselves in a fight over here at Turbine. So a lot of fights going on off the rip, as we have been seeing already through the first 4 games. Sentinels went out there, fight up against Third Impact, and now we're going to continue to join with Pringles here, who are setting up a nice crossfire. You got 2 people pushing in from the right-hand side, and now Stink will go ahead and join them. During that all, Snipe Down will be able to finish off Sunny, and it looks like it is 303. Candy down to about 5 HP, but he will get taken out. It's going to be a 1v2. Fury facing off against two healthy members on the other side until he cracks one.
Beak him.
Tries to go for the Mozambique, and he's so close. There is the knock coming out from him. And where is Casellos to try and finish off this fight for them? 303 will ultimately go down. That was a very, very close one. It didn't have to be that close. Pop-Tarts now in the fight themselves, as Blight just barely able to get that bubble down before he does get knocked, as NRG take out two members of Team Pop-Tarts.
Gotta be honest, that was some of the best beak play I've seen. I don't even think that thing had hammer points on it. So nice job there, laying down some damage, almost winning that fight. But now Razor ticking away. It's going to be Mercy chucking a couple of different grenades. That one's going to go over towards where the portal is. So we'll see if that's going to be able to connect. But amazing wingman shots. Are you kidding me? Mercy with almost 200 damage just done in this fight alone. Very solid defensive bombardment. Doesn't matter. Mercy's going to send it inside of the bubble. That's onto Hill. Tempest doesn't even know what hit him. Mercy just dropped 400 damage in about 30 seconds.
That was a huge, massive, and huge swing in. Mercy really taking advantage of that Pathfinder. Team Intel thought they could get the reset there using basically everything that they had, but that was just a great play coming out from Mercy only. And so Team Razor will continue on here as they pick up some great loot for themselves. CLG here on the south side of the map, and we do have Intel on the map, as it looks like it is going to be pulling down to the south here in between Orbital Cannon and Bonsai. So Solar Array is a good fixture to try and set your sights on as well.
Yeah, we'll see if teams even make it to that point, if they continue to just slay out 14 squads left. We know how many 50-50s are going on. Now it seems like CLG is making their way over towards the inside. Yeah, no, it's not, but they pulled up the whip pretty clean right there. Nice movements by CLG. Madness going to hit a nice Phoenix kit over here behind the building, and they're going to start figuring out exactly what they're going to do to rotate. They're going to do a little blockade over here. Setting this up like Pimp My Ride, man. They're just like hanging out over here for quite some time. When this is going to come out, it's probably going to have some spinners on the side. That's how long they're going to sit in this building. So CLG just going to sit here and share these buildings for a while. We should probably hop up with some teams that are on the edge or making some moves. They're sharing this with Navi. They'd be absolutely crazy to go and try to third party this one, but it's a Trident party.
Oh man, Navi.
This is the new meta. You don't need Watson when you have Tridents.
Yeah, I mean, we already know that the difficulty of trying to hold these buildings, and Navi, you know, not having the Watson themselves, and so they'll go ahead and provide a lot more cover to work with here. It's going to be difficult to try and push that lower side. They will have to climb up from the side. So Navi, you know, this might not be Fortnite, but they're trying their best to build. As we have Team Razor trying to take another fight now. We do have a bubble being used by Zero Tricky. Defensive bombardment came out from the other side. And he's going to throw down his own, dodging out the nades. He's taking a lot of damage though. Team Razor, their push getting shut down. Two already gone. And just like that, Team Cheez-It will take the team fight win.
That was a mop from Cheez-It. You don't normally see Razor get dropped without at least getting one sort of knock. Pringles, they're looking pretty healthy. But I just want to say with Navi's side, everything is cool until you trap yourself in towards the bottom and you're trying to get out. So we'll see what happens, because those buildings aren't that big and it's pretty easy just to clamber in. So if they make their way over towards the bottom, all it takes is one grenade and they're absolutely done. So we'll see what happens on that side of the map. But Pringles over here getting in another edge fight. You see the defensive bombardment going on over towards your south side. But the good thing about fighting right here is you could take the portal on either side. So whoever's here basically has no fear of being able to take at least 100 damage, so they can decide if they want to hit a battery, bubble, or just dip out over towards the right side portal.
Stink is going to go ahead and back up just a bit here as he's getting pushed, and looks like that player might have taken the phase relay by mistake, as it's going to allow Pringles some time to just regroup. Stink needs to heal up his armor, as we do have a fight, not Rogue. It's Two Brains, One Controller fighting over at Estates right now, but it looks like they were able to finish off Nocturnal at the very least and recover. So nice win for them, and we'll see how safely they can rotate in through Hammond Robotics.
Funny team name. We'll see what happens. Like you said, played with Tangy the other night. Pretty funny character. And I believe it was Bird was our third too. So shout out to those guys. Lucas over here with his gold armor is going to be able to hang out basically for 5 years inside the zone. He may even win the game, actually, the way that the new zone changes are. But unfortunate, both of his teammates respawn have timed out, like you mentioned, Jamerson. These guys dropped fairly early in the zone, but with the syringes, with the gold armor, with the changes to the tick damage, it's probably going to be until about zone 4 or 5 where he's going to actually run into problems. So he could sit there, craft, he could loot as much as he wants, and most likely get top 10, maybe even top 5.
Yeah, Team Rockstar have made their way down here to Bonsai. There's plenty of ground for them to work with. This is a team that we've been seeing fairly regularly just play on the edges here and really count upon their own just team fighting prowess. There's a team on the other side, as you can see, Rakanishu with that 3x on the 301, getting good, valuable information for his squad. And they also picked up that ring for us on board with TSM as they are making their way from the north side of the ring. And again, it's just the first zone. They can heal this up forever if they really want to. So they have safely made it in. There's no teams contesting them, so they'll be able to safely heal up here on the edge.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to do, but we'll see what Rockstar's doing as well as they stick with Horizon. And Pickett's going to rock the Volt triple take, so we'll see how much damage he's going to be able to output too. But there's no other Horizon inside. We have one Caustic. I believe LG's still rocking the Caustic unless they changed it up. And then we have 2 Watsons in the lobby. There's no Cryptos, which is weird, Jamerson, because Crypto is very much in the meta about a month and a half ago. And I think we saw maybe 7, 8 Cryptos in certain lobbies in the ALGS. Now there's not one Crypto, which could actually add value to him, because when you're the only legend inside, just like we have Horizon here, you seem to be a little bit more powerful because you have all the Bloodhounds, you have the Gibraltars, etc. But if you know how to use Horizon, you could do some pretty cool things, like you see Pickett doing this. This isn't some next level stuff, but you can do some pretty interesting things with throwing the black hole and just chucking a bunch of grenades in there. You can get some really good angles with the sniper rifles and when you could throw your and launch your grenades. And Pickett's been implementing a lot of different things for quite some time. We know that he was playing Mirage for a while, so he likes to have fun. He likes to try new things and see what works out.
On board with Team Nestle Pure Life right now, as it looks like they do have eyes to go over to that phase relay. No, instead they might actually just hop on over to Solar instead and avoid a lot of that fighting here. Just go straight for the zone, which is of course pulling down to the south here. TSM in a fight though, as Reps pushes down that bubble. It's a little bit too late. Synox is there by himself, but no, another player joins in. It's gonna be Crust, and it looks like TSM are all but out. And there it is with Snipe Down going down. Sentinels just win out that fight here on the southeast side of the zone.
Very nice mop there from Sentinels. You see Hal slide in. Mastiff looks good, but CLG's there with the cleanup, so we didn't have time to cover that. But it looked like Hal's Mastiff was going to hit for way more than that, the way that he just confidently slid in, and then it's just a 14. But CLG comes in at the perfect time, doesn't even need their portal, so they're great on their resources, extremely healthy. And now they're looking for blood for the first time because they're one of those teams that was in the zone fairly early, and there hasn't been much action going on because of the fact that teams know that this would happen to them. So now CLG trying to strike, and they're going to need to because you only have 100 shots here for Madness in his R9.
Yeah, it looks like it's very difficult to chase after a Pathfinder, and so they don't want to send Vax on his own. NPL though, and a fight over here at Solar as they clean up Team LG, and Team LG just not able to get much going at all whatsoever throughout today's series. And NPL though on the other side have been doing a fantastic job. Back on board with Team Rockstar as Matt Pickett takes to the skies, throw down some good nades here, but he does fall to the low ground and is a little bit vulnerable, but Rakanishu is here to cover for him right now. Scan comes out, and here it is, the nades, the defensive bombardment will be used. Rakanishu backing out with more nades to cover him, and Crummy is just holding the front line here, does have to be careful not to take damage from his own defensive bombardment, but he did hit with one. They're not going to jump off of it. Though it is Team Rockstar still holding the high ground here. The team just backing away from them as it looks like there might be a flank coming in as well. So Rockstar turning around for this. Matt Pickett was not counting for the Trident to block his own LOS, but he still makes the best of it, gets some damage off, and it looks like the fight will just fizzle for now as Crummy just holding the back for his squad.
Pickett's such a clown, man. This guy cracks me up every time I watch him play or every time that I play with him. He's always doing some funny stuff, but absolute psycho, these guys. Rakanishu just so impressed with his Gibraltar. You see the dome come out, the perfectly timed defensive bombardment. There goes another defensive bombardment. That's going to be stink. Pickett opens one up on the Cheez-Its. That's going to be nades dropping. And now we have all bloodbath. This is what we've been waiting for. It was a very fast-paced game to start. Now this is starting to close. All the teams starting to go in on one another.
What an excellent job that Team Rockstar are doing. They're pinched right now, but they're the ones that are striking back. It's Pringles down on that edge. As you can see, Rakanishu trying to make sure that they don't push him as it Cheez-Its. They lose a maze throughout all that. Crummy, though, as he rejoins his team, his armor gets cracked instantly. Rakanishu with that bubble to allow him for that reset. So what a great hold coming out from Team Rockstar.
And it's just so interesting seeing the composition that they're running. No Wraith. They got off Watson, switched on over Horizon. The one thing's for sure is Gibby is a must on Olympus. I don't care what anyone says. Look at the way that a good Gibraltar is playing. You don't need the Watson because you have the bubble. The defensive bombardment is so important for resetting. You have the shield so you can continue to arm up, you know, Evo arm up, shield up. But Pickett eats one. Stink tosses a Kobe across the map. That was a frag.
Here comes the push coming out from Pringles as well, but Crummy with a good spray gets some damage across. Here is the defensive bubble here, but they get pushed now, and the Massive is just too much. Rockstar. It looks like Pringles with that opening, with that nade, were able to open it up, and now they have the position here, but the ring will go ahead and pull away to their north side. And so the teams that were playing over by Solar are happy with this pull, but Pringles can take their time. They've got 1 minute and 10 seconds and a lot of loot to pick up before they start moving.
Here's the thing is, I know Horizon's fun, but Watson would own this entire area right now. Fences would have been all over the place. It would have made it so much more difficult for Pringles to push up right there. I don't think Pickett's going to stick on Horizon, but I know that with this Watson Bloodhound composition, it makes me wonder if you actually need Wraith. I understand how important the portals are, but the Gibraltar Bloodhound combination is so strong. And Wraith's Q takes so long that her Q's almost not even important anymore. It's really all about her portals and her hitbox. That's why she's so useful. But she's been a 9, almost 100% pick rate for quite some time. It'd really be interesting to see if Rockstar is able to stick that out with Crummy and maybe switch on over to Watson and have something happen. But one thing's for sure, Pringles is popping off. They charged through and has dominated that fight. That nade from Stink was ridiculous.
Pop-Tarts getting finished off there by NPL, and they will go ahead and regain their position here in Solar Array right now. Pringles, though, they spotted out a team that were ziplining over here to this edge, and so they try to meet them. And they're doing a really good job of controlling this side of the zone currently, as they do have pings going down. It's NRG in a fight up against CLG and NRG. It's going to be Nathan to finish that one off, keeps his team alive. CLG have not been able to get much going in this series so far.
No, it's because they're finding themselves center zone and just not getting enough kills, so they're going to have to play a little bit more aggressive or figure out exactly what they want to do, because when you're rocking Pathfinder, you're not able to, yeah, you get third party as much, but you're not able to like kind of reset and get all those scans constantly, so you know exactly how you're going to third party approach, and then also how you're going to reset immediately just in case anyone's coming, and sometimes the scan is all you need to back players off. So Pringles right now absolutely living it up. That zone pull was pretty hard, but if they rotate fairly late here, it should be a pretty good play. They just have to continue to clear out their back and then do exactly what they're doing, pinging something in front of them like that rock. That entire wall to their right-hand side is prime, and you have Stink with the bubble, so you could just own any of this real estate that you want in front of you.
Yeah, and you can see the pings onto the roofs as well, as they are just trying to scout this out. But like you said, they've got the wall to work with, and a large majority of the western side of the map is fairly clear. I mean, we are down to 6 squads, though, and it looks like possibly 1 rat still remaining. Here comes a zip being set up early for Casellos, and we'll see if he gets another one to try and set up. It doesn't look like ultimate excels are being used, so they do have a lot of options to use. And right now, NPL, though, looks like they're trying to thwart a push. The port was used to get inside this building along with that bubble for themselves. So a lot of cooldowns being expended, but they did it in time where they'll have them back up to try and make a play for this next zone.
Yeah, it's coming down to crunch time. Like you said, there's definitely going to be a rat somewhere. Team Liquid struggling because they don't have Nocturnal, which we know how important Gibraltar was. Just went on a rant about that one, but there is NPL. They're getting pushed right now. I believe that's going to be Na'Vi involved. Meanwhile, Tangy's going to get involved in that one too. Nice grapple, but not enough to get away. And while that's happening, Pringles made their move. They take the height. That's what they're electing to do here while trapping multiple players inside the building. The one thing we have to be careful is hundreds. Can't overextend.
That was a huge opening.
You can't overextend though. The 2 times that they've actually died, hundreds has been overextended. One time last game he was on the bottom floor, he got caught out and they were in a really good position. This time he has to make sure that he's doing a great job on this raid.
Yeah, Na'Vi making their way on in, but it looks like they will lose Nesh. There's 2 in front of Claus here as he takes the port back. And Na'Vi, they will go down. It looks like, no, Claus is still alive for his squad. He's going to try and heal this one up. We're down to 5 squads remaining. Pringles, they're going to be able to get res on to Stink. We got 4 squads remaining. NRG have gone down. And now we've got the big question mark. How many players are still alive here as Cell is doing a good job spotting out Flanker, takes him out, and they do have the high ground. Oh, there's one behind.
Hey there. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Defensive bombardment is used, and there we go. They clean up Na'Vi, and it looks like Pringles. They've got the men. They've got not Rogue on the low ground here. They need to buy time for Tech to heal up. And it looks like they have to zip on up. I mean, there is a possibility to just climb, and this is such a tough spot to be in. And hey, surprise, take a look at this. Alfred Laley healing it out in the zone this time around instead of Nocturnal. We'll see if he can secure top 2 for them.
What was this, PUBG? Let's get this fixed. We know that's not a thing in Apex. Come on. Anyway, this is a thing. A sick 3v3 with one team holding high ground, another team coming from the low ground. One zip line coming up. That's the opportunity to go through. You have defensive bombardment. There's a bubble over towards the roof, so he's going to wait this out. This is perfect. Just wait about 5 more seconds. There they drop. They don't even let him wait the time. There goes the defensive bombardment. Good bubble coming through. Are they going to be able to win this one? Casellos is eating it, coming in from both sides. That team looks fairly healthy. Albrily is just chilling right now, waiting for some more knocks, and he's going to be able to approach the situation. He actually gets second place by hiding in zone number 5 and healing with a medkit.
Let's go, Team Liquid once again, able to rat it out into the second place position, but it's going to be Team Not Rogue taking the win, and this is a much needed one for them. We have to remember that they were absent for game numbers 1 and 2 because they were filling in for Team Rogue.
Yeah, and that was a really great job by Not Rogue coming through and realizing the situation. They got the high ground. They did 100 damage to whoever that was that just took unnecessary damage. All they had to do was wait for that bubble to dissipate. Maybe it was a grenade that caught him off guard. Once that bubble's away, Stink's going to toss that ult down. He doesn't even need to bubble. That means the other team's going to have to drop. You could pre-grenade that area. Could have been fairly easy to execute if you're Team Pringles, but they just got caught off guard. It was a great initial damage coming in for whoever that was, and then they took advantage of it by dropping immediately with no hesitation. That's the key. If they waited even a second there, that's an easy heal off for Pringles. They reset, throw to the bombardment, and they win the game, but they just collapsed immediately, came through, and they hit their shots. That's the most important thing, is when that bubble fight went down, they hit their massive shots.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a short break, but when we get back, we'll have game number 6 of Series E. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
All right, guys, it's about time. Are you ready to find out who your partner team is?
I'm ready.
Been waiting.
All right, get a little drum roll here. Wait, a little pause for intense moment. It's Nestle Pure Life, guys. Your team, Nestle Pure Life. Congratulations.
Let's go.
Nice. Let's go.
Staying hydrated out there. Ronnie's gonna be needed. He's like that rat that's running down in the marathon. People are tossing him waters left and right. He's throwing them down there, or if he's getting stuck down in the lava, you're gonna need a lot of water down there, Ronnie.
Gotta stay hydrated, baby.
Well, you guys are going to be the most hydrated team for sure. Now, I've got a question for you guys. What do you have to say to your partners over at Team Nestle? What can they expect from Aim Assist Not OP?
I would say we're just going to go out there and give it our best. And Ronnie may be in another ratting situation, and hopefully they'll be tuning in.
Like any teams that you're looking out for, anybody that you guys want to take down, any partners that you guys didn't like on the list?
Probably very tricky team.
All right, Team Zero Tricky, we'll cut out for
Probably
them. I like
tricky,
that.
yeah. gonna look out
For sure, guys.
All right, welcome back to Series E. That was the short break. We're heading straight into game number 6 after we take a look at the leaderboards. And so let's go ahead and see exactly where we are because we did miss the leaderboards after halftime. We went right into the game. And so it's going to update as we take a look at it. Currently, though, in the standings, Team Rockstar in first place with 45, Team and NPL with 39. It should update very shortly to see exactly where we are. But you know, with no teams winning back-to-backs and having big pop-off games so far, we have a pretty good spread in terms of the points. And so with 3 games remaining, it's really anyone's game.
Yeah, and then in place number 12, that is where you're going to see Not Rogue. They're a little bit of a mixed match team of 2 brains, 1 controller who plays in our weeklies on Tuesday. And just a heads up, those are open to anybody, first come, first serve. Tuesdays, 5 p.m. Pacific is when we get those going. But it's Team Liquid coming in on top. But look at these 3 teams right behind them. Rockstar, MPL, and Pringles holding it down for the partner teams with some pretty strong showings. Razor, our winner from yesterday, coming through in 6th place. But I've been impressed again with the EU teams. The one team that's been a little bit underwhelming, obviously, is our winner from last week, which has been LG. LG, obviously, adapting to the new map. It's going to take them quite some time. At least they're perfect on World's Edge. Or not perfect, damn good at it, at least at the same time. So I'm looking forward to them kind of adapting and showcasing what they're going to be made of on this new map. But we've had so many 50-50s. A lot of our games have been really fast-paced where there's about 10 teams left going into round number 3. And that's because teams are fighting for the God spot, and they're also just testing their limits right now, Jamerson. That's really what these guys are trying to do. Establish dominance at their 50-50s, learn a lot, and that's what they're trying to do, is just soak this experience in because it's the first time we've seen Olympus in competitive.
Yeah, we're seeing how important it is to have that experience, especially in the bubble fights. We've been seeing some great massive shots coming out from a multitude of players across the day. We've got 3 more games to go. And with a spread of points like this, I mean, Team Liquid are just 1 point ahead in the lead up against Team Rockstar, who are only 3 points up from NPL. And like, it does start getting a little bit further away as Pringles are down currently by 7 points, but it is not out of reach for all of these squads in the middle of the pack right now. So you have to finish this off strong. Team Liquid, they've taken, I believe, they were able to get 2 second place finishes out of Ratting. And they've been doing a solid job of trying to make it into the late game. It's just sometimes, you know, it's what happens on Olympus. The third party comes at you fast.
Yeah, those placement points are important. So you're seeing teams like Navi, like Liquid, they're taking it serious. They're outside the zone healing. I'm sure that's going to get patched soon. But even teams like Third Impact at CLG, everybody on the bottom right-hand side is still in this one because we still have 3 games to go, right? So if you pop off with a 20-kill win, you're right back in there and you're pushing over towards the top 3, top 4 if one of these other teams end up dying early. So with maybe 2 games remaining, that's when you would start to get a little bit worried. But if you're going to do it, you're going to have to do it now. It's not like a team like CLG has been playing bad. They've been predicting circles fairly well. They're shooting well. It's just they're not getting lucky with third parties. They seem to be the team that comes in for the third party, and there's like one guy that runs away, and they only get 1 or 2 KP. Meanwhile, you look at a team like Nestle Pure Life running around with 3, 4 successful third parties just in 1 game.
Yeah, and this is going to be difficult, right? Because a lot of teams are, of course, practicing for World's Edge, ALGS. It was announced by Tabers that ALGS will continue to be on World's Edge, that Olympus isn't going to be coming into competitive until the next season. And so all of autumn will be played through World's Edge. And so it's hard to kind of split your time right now. We do have 3 maps. I believe Kings Canyon, though, is removed currently because of a number of issues on that map. So ostensibly just World's Edge. So spreading out the time here, practicing, but establishing that early drop for yourself is so important, which is why a lot of teams, you know, They are continuing to take the 50-50s, even though, you know, we have some money on the line here. It's more important for them to establish their drop spot.
Yeah, and as long as World's Edge doesn't change, you don't even really need to put that much practice into it because you've put so much time into it. So it's a nice breath of fresh air to come into here. And playing a new map is going to teach you new things about your team that you probably didn't know, and you could probably apply that into World's Edge as well. It's going to help you with infiltrating buildings, etc. So everybody has that map known in the back of their hand playing at this level, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers do too. So it's nice to see where these zones are pulling over towards Olympus, exactly what buildings are being set up, what compositions are being really successful. But one thing's for sure, Gibraltar seems to be a staple. Wraith continues to be very popular too. I'm looking at Team Rockstar and what they're doing. I think it's really interesting that Crummy's popped off Wraith and switched on over to Bloodhound.
Yeah, like you had mentioned in the last game as well. I mean, Wraith has just dropped out of like 100% pick rate, dropping down to, oh my gosh, a 99% pick rate. But we are seeing teams trying to explore that route, going for a Wraithless composition. But we saw Rockstar leaving themselves kind of vulnerable there. They were doing a good job of thwarting well, who is it? Team Cheez-Its and Pringles is attacks, you know, the snack attack coming in from either side, but ultimately they didn't have that mobility. They didn't have the portal to get out. And eventually, you know, the nades got in and they got knocked and they had no answer for it. Maybe there was a chance
feel like
to, you know, take the trident.
I just feel like that was a Horizon thing more than anything. It wasn't a Bloodhound thing. I feel like if you have Watson there, you have more of a presence. You're also dodging a lot of the grenades, which means you don't have to use your bubble as much. And yeah, Portal is nice when you go and you make this rotation and things like that, but Horizon just isn't really a strong competitive player, right? Watson's going to have more real estate. She's going to protect things a little bit earlier. Pringles wouldn't have been able to walk up for free over there. And I don't think Pickett is able to decipher what's going on fast enough on Horizon right now to be able to defend like he would on Watson. So if he would have been able to throw a black hole there or been able to throw his Q, something along those lines to throw those guys off, that would have been better. But all that would have done is, if it's not a black hole and it's an actual Q, would have sent those guys in the air and gave them better angles to go and kill your teammates. So I feel like that's just interesting, you know, tidbit about Pickett and what he's trying to do right now. I don't think that he's going to continue actually playing on this Horizon. I think he's going to switch it up.
All right, we are back on board. It is Nestle Pure Life week here, and we've been seeing them drop over at Carrier. They've been having some good games. Their roughest one was game number 4, where they ended up in 14th place, only pick up 1 placement point in that game. But across the other 4 games, they've been doing a good job. The highest placements, though, so far has been the 2nd place game, where it did end here on Carrier. Unfortunately, they weren't able to close that one out. That could have been a huge boon to them. That could have allowed them to maintain the lead here, but still in good spirits and on top of the leaderboards currently right now, as we do have that fight, Applejacks versus Tech and his squad down over at Solar Array.
It's the never-ending battle. It's going to continue to happen, and I can't wait to see what happens with TSM and Rice Krispie Treats too. But I really like the way Nestle Pure Life's been playing today, and it's been most impressive watching Dracos and his shots with the charge rifle, even though it's not that difficult of a gun to use. His quick scopes with the 4.8 were pretty impressive. Also, just the way they've been playing together, baiting and switching, and Ronnie taking initiative as well with the Kraber was a really nice thing to see. So excited to see what they're going to be able to do in the upcoming games. Maybe get their first dub coming in week 3. That'd be great for them. But now Rogue B team is what they're going by. And like you said, trapped over towards Solar Array, fighting Team Applejacks. Very tough situation to be, but Rice Krispies has great armor here, purple and blue. Was that a stick coming through? I think Sung did eat 100 and something damage. Does lay down 70 of his own, but that is a tough spot. That's the only way TSM is winning this fight.
Yeah, and Sung was trying to back away from that door. He was afraid possibly of a thermite coming in, but instead he wasn't able to get behind that dome fast enough. And so TSM, this is one of the faster team fight wins that they've had up against Team Rice Krispies over here at the power grid, and so they don't have to really worry about the third party coming in. We've seen LG try to come in and take advantage of that. Now it's Rogue B team.
The sun is so bright.
The line has been taken out, and there it is. Applejacks are down and out.
Yeah, they're feeling themselves after the dub, but here's the early third party coming in as expected. They're going to have to sit inside the building. That's exactly what they do. But that's some decent damage onto Hollow. 70 with the Triple take is going to hold him off a little bit. A good thermite too, but it's another grenade, and it's Rakanishu flying in with the thirst. They're going to have the Volt in their hands too. Crummy's there. Going to be able to hit a scan here fairly soon. Pickett's going to stay on the horizon, but not that big of a deal because they're going to still be slaying out either way. Now the bubble comes down, and they're just on the hunt at this point. There's the knock right there on the tech. There's the finish coming out on a Tangy. And Rockstar got the memo. These teams continue to fight each other.
Yeah, very fast rotate coming out from Team Rockstar there. And so now it looks like it's hard to see from the zone here, but it is fairly central. So the turbine might be in play as we are over here at Grow Towers. That's where Sentinels have been fighting up against Third Impact. Nice tracking in the air there from Senox to finish off to Zaz. And so Sentinels will win out that team fight. We are now down to 16 full squads remaining.
And what do you know? There's 16 POIs. So the early 50-50s coming through, and teams going to continue to just practice, work on that, master it. Keep in mind, a lot of teams are from the EU, so they're not going to try to share that. There aren't any major global tournaments like that coming up anytime soon. So we'll see what happens with Team Intel over here, as they've been working without a recon player, one of the only teams to do so, but can't do that because Navi's finding themselves in a very interesting fight. And what do you know? They have the Trident, Jamerson.
Oh, looks like we do have another southern ring actually coming down here once again towards Bonsai Plaza, as we do have that information coming out from Navi. Nesh dodging out that the nades here, as we do have someone pushing in from the right side as well. It's CLG. We're applying some pressure, and they are going to go ahead and put the top down and rotate out. Don't want to get involved in this fight for too long, and so they just dip out of that one, make their way in to Bonsai Plaza now.
Yeah, if you can get in this building, it should pull over here, and a small sliver of the northwest side is going to be in. So you could play the roof, or you could play the bottom side. So roof is by far the best spot right now that you could get. Any one of these buildings in Bonsai would be ideal, but they're going for one of the better spots right now. And take a look at what Team Razor's doing. They're holding the high ground over here, which is a good spot when you have a scout. And especially when you know that your back's going to be watched. Oop, little fall right there. Does spot this player out. Has to win this 1v1, and he does it. So that's a great job right there, finishing off Tempest. And that's what you do with that Gibraltar. You come down there with the armor shield. As long as you win that fight, you're going to be okay. You could immediately bubble afterwards, get the armor swap, and force people into an uncomfortable situation.
TSM rotating through supply, though, or excuse me, Depot. They have found themselves into a fight. It's 303 on the other side, the receiving end of a lot of punishment. 303 get completely mopped up, and it's sniped down. Now the kill leader in the lobby, as they take a clean team fight. When they'll even have snipe downs east of the hunt popping, so they can keep watching their flanks. Not too far off from Grow Towers, it is Team Liquid plus Mac. They do have a team underneath them, as the Wraith is going to try and get out of that position here, hitting for Flash Abralele with that R99, as laying in some decent damage so far, but it looks like they're not ready to commit quite yet, and so they're just holding the high ground here for now.
God, Abralele's R9 skin is so sick. Can we just take a second to appreciate this amazing R9 skin? Holy cow, that is dope. Got the gold barrel stabilizer on it too. He should be able to armor this. Oh, we get the camera Taurus. No, that skin is awesome. Way better than some of these other, wingman and prowler skins that I've seen some people use. I don't understand why anyone would not use a pay-to-win skin. The skinnier skins, guys, everybody go and do it. Use your packs, open them up, craft them, whatever you got to do. Get this stuff with less clutter on your screen.
Liquid making the rotation in. They had that high ground, but they've moved all the way on down towards Orbital Cannon. So maybe they're trying to just find some cursory loot here. They've got the beacon on the edge to work with as well, so they can pick that one up. Rockstar over at Solar Array have found themselves in a small skirmish, but they are giving up some ground, backing up. Matt Pickett takes the high, as he does have that Q to work with, along with that triple take. Doesn't really spot anything, though. And so it looks like a lot of this will just fizzle. Those Cooler, who were able to take out a team fight win up against Cheesin', so that's another squad down.
Yeah, I like the angle coming in from Pickett. He wasn't able to spot anything. Didn't zoom in either, so Little tip for y'all, you don't have to zoom in to find people. If you just know what the map looks like and you just look for inaccuracies inside the map, that's a person. So Pickett doing the right thing, not zooming in so he doesn't get too zoned in on a certain area. But now they take over this top center spot, which it's nice to hold, but you're very open for a potential third party if anybody wants to go and try to lay some sniper shots on you. Fortunately for them, only 13 squads here. And they have this Gibraltar, so they're going to be just fine. But the 2x on the scout, not super ideal. Still be able to rip some skulls, but 2 to 4 3x would be much better. We'll see what Rakinisha is going to be able to do with it.
Yeah, we saw Grubby actually picking up the beacon for them as well, continuing to pull down to the south here as Team Liquid have made their rotation with that Trident all the way down. But we do know that there's
Crafters.
3, maybe 4 teams in the area as well. So they do have to be careful about how they tread the ground here. They see the tracers going on, so they know that they're going to have to fight for buildings if they do push in. And they're just going to pick up some vulture loot here as they continue to move.
Looks like they're trying to maybe upgrade an armor or... Okay, so he drops his armor and finds a fresh blue, and then Alberla gets his blue as well. Okay, so that's what they're doing. I was wondering why Nocturnal was running around without anything, but now you have Sentinels over towards the top with some nice little fighting going on, but there's going to be some big defensive bombardment coming through, so they're going to have to back off. Now Sunox gets inside the building and hits a heal. Meanwhile, you're going to have NRG get into a fight with Pop-Tarts you saw on your top right. Nathan's going to get a knock.
You know, they've got the high ground here, and Sentinels want to maintain control over this building right now, but Xenox is taking so much damage. Instantly bubbled there to try and heal up as we join NRG just as they finish this fight with Team Pop-Tarts. As the nades are coming in, good bubble there to cut off that Arc Star, but now the flank as it is going to be one from Sentinels to go down. Na'Vi have answered back, taking out Claws. It's going to be Max Strafey there, and the last member to try and finish this fight off. He does have to back away as he's dropped down now to about 30 HP, and it looks like it was a third party coming in, a flanker picking up that kill. Liquid, considering whether or not they want to push this, is they know that the trades were there, but so many other teams are in the area that they cannot take advantage of this situation.
Ronnie's coming in with a little cleanup crew. He finishes off Rakinisha from Team Rockstar, so 2 of our top teams duking it out right there, but same position for Team Razor, just locking it down, bullying these teams down below. We've seen this before. It's going to be a drop. There goes Mercy with the grapple over towards the top. Zeratricky sends it down too, and they should be fine with a bubble play. If Hakula wants to get him back up, he would portal him, but it looks like they should be comfortable taking this, and they're just going to work their way back over towards the side. Most importantly, they're picking top just in case anyone comes over here, and that's why they have that portal. So really nice job by Hakula, realizing the situation. Full team going over towards the height though, so they counter the movement coming in for Team Razor. Team Razor is going to counter that by sticking inside the second floor, but they're split right now. If they end up realizing that one player is over on the second floor and 2 are on the bottom, they're just going to send it over towards where Mercy's at.
Yeah, it's LG above them right now, and what timing for Team Razor to retreat back to this original position, and it looks like LG had the same idea. There's a beacon here on the edge they can play for, but now it is being contested, and so they can't just go for that bubble beacon until they clear out the threat right below them. The nades are coming down onto the low ground, but Razor are not getting hit by it. They have the HP advantage. They've got the triple purples, and so they'll have a 50 HP advantage here, but some good damage coming across from Sanya here, holding on the high ground until he drops down with the rest of his squad. Ronnie is just above him along with Rugby here, but this is such a tense situation at this point as neither team really want to make a mistake. Razor have climbed up. You have the port coming out from the side of LG to try and make a play for something, try to go for a kidnap, but it is unsuccessful. Razor have dodged that attack.
This is such an important fight, but the question is will they get third party? Because now they're starting to exchange shots. Now they've exchanged portals as well. Zeratricky doesn't have his defense and bombardment, which would be amazing for them to pull off and try to get the roof there. But instead, we're on board with NPL with a little bit of bubble strat inside of the Trident. We've seen this one before, and they're going to make their way over towards the middle. That's a very aggressive push. We know that Liquid was in that vicinity too. Zeratricky takes a lot of damage. Sonya switching on over to that EVA 8. Mercy doesn't connect with his first Mastiff. Great job there by Rugby playing inside of the bubble, but now it's only up to Hakulo. Finding himself, I believe, in a 2 versus 1. Doesn't have time to hit a battery because otherwise they're going to armor swap right in front of him. That's exactly what happened. That player's going to be full shields. 100 going up against 400. Just not going to work for Hakulo. Great job by LG coming through. They switch off the Caustic. They come through with the Pathfinder and the Gibraltar and win a big team fight.
And it looks like NPL ran into TSM. They did lose Bambino. I don't know if they've lost anyone else in that fight so far. And so if we could swap on over and check in with MPL or TSM, that would be awesome. But LG are happy with this win. They're going to be able to pick up the beacon, have that information for the next rotate. TSM, yeah, playing here inside Bonsai right now. It looks like they're not really giving a chase to anyone. So they're just maintaining this position here with the hedges to play around so far. And so let's go ahead and swap on over to another team, see how NPL are currently doing, if we can have that opportunity.
So Cooler's in what I would consider the best spot right now. They have the bridge. They're most likely owning both roofs right now. Otherwise, they would be too paranoid and would be hitting scans and watching the right-hand side. Which is interesting because that means nobody below them is willing to send it and split the roof with them. Only 7 squads alive. I feel like if there was a lot more, that's definitely what would be happening. So fast-paced game as we do lose 4 of the teams off the beginning because of the 50-50s that we have. But now we see what Reps is doing, and the tracking from TSM has been phenomenal. This man sniped down, hasn't missed many shots. He switches on over to the Scout Volt combination here as he's going to continue to try to Evo charge this up to red. Look at those shots.
Getting close, 134 away, and I believe they're pinging out CLG. We saw them on the southeast side of this map, and there they go. They're trying to retreat back into Bonsai Towers itself. Is again CLG doing, TSM doing a great job of dishing out the damage. Snipe down is just 98 damage away from getting that red Evo for his team. He can swap that away and continue to use this G7 Scout for his team to get that HP advantage for themselves. Hal, though, here on the low ground, scouting out a place for his team to play. The pings are coming out, and so it looks like they do have most of this courtyard to play off of with no one really contesting them. They do spot out a fight all the way on the east, and so they might just redirect their attention here to try and pick up some extra KP with their long-range weapons.
Ooh, Hemlock does so much damage right there to the Trident. Best gun by far when you go and want to shoot that, because if you do damage to the actual Trident itself, it does it to all members on the opposing team inside of that. But you see Snipe down taking 100 initial damage. He may need the bubble from his boy Reps to try to hit the battery. If not, he's just going to hit that one safely. But you see a nice high rotation coming in for NRG, figuring out exactly how they want to approach the situation. I think that teams will be slightly surprised that they could infiltrate and share these buildings that are in. There's a handful of buildings that are inside still. There's multiple layers to those buildings, and there's only 7 squads alive. So we have at least room for 1 or 2 teams to play the outside, and everybody else can respectively hold a spot.
You're seeing teams just boarding up, getting ready for the coming storm here, as another Trident is making its way in, as it looks like they do make it in. And we do have energy just having their sights set on the, oh my goodness, that's the knock onto Albra Laley. Team Liquid getting punished instantly. Rocker is going to go for that port for his team now. 20 more seconds before the zone starts closing, but the res looks like will be there quite possibly. Nope, they will not be able to recover Albra Laley, and now Liquid are going to be playing a man down. So there'll be two squads that are running as a duo. Currently CLG on the bottom floor of this building, and that was the team that was trying to make sure that they held it, but it looks like they've already lost one. That's Reps to come in, take out Madness. Snipe down will be able to clean that one up. TSM just rolled through CLG.
TSM doing the right thing, taking a building right now, because I believe this is going to be the building that is in for the next zone. It's going to pull down towards the bottom, and there's going to be a sliver of one of these buildings in. I believe it's the one that TSM is at, but now Snipe down is going to be taken down. That's going to be Nathan. He's going to get answered right back from Hal, though, because the thirst came through. They're not happy with that one. While that's happening, Reps gets caught in a little bit of a 2 versus 1. Unfortunate for him. Now it's all up to Frex to hit this battery and try to do something big. You have the peak shot coming through from Hal. He's not missing at all, but big plays coming in from Frex. He's going to reset the rest of his team. Will there be a third party? We'll find out. Pringle's just waiting around. One of their players unfortunately lagged out, so they've had to slow play this one, but either way, still picking up some good placement points.
Yeah, they have a pretty long rotation, but of course that courtyard offers a lot of cover to work with. Cooler here on the high ground, they are in perfect position. We'll see the ring pulls away from this building. There's a high chance that it does out into the open courtyard. Yuki doing a good job of peeking out from the windows to try and gain information for his squad. He's going to be the only one really to be able to do so, as we have a lot of EU representatives here in the late game now. LG has a full 3 as well here on the bottom floor of the same building.
Yeah, I'm not sure where this pulls, but I know that that sliver is in, and that's super important to play because when the next zone comes, I think it is going to pull out into the middle like you were saying, Jamerson. Flanker, he's crafted up some batteries over here in the end game. Super interesting to see this one. Actually, it's a med kit. He needs to get a med kit throughout all that.
It's the liquid
I wonder why.
special.
wonder
Nocturnal
why.
had to try and rat it out. Abralele ratted out to second. We'll see if Flanker can rat it out to second for his squad.
You got to get your
At this
stripes.
point.
You got to get your rat stripes over here. You know who would be proud of this? Ronnie.
We've all learned from the best watching it all out. And now, of course, coming into this next ring, it's going to be difficult because he needs to buy a lot of time if he's going to try and rat. We still have 5 squads remaining here and plenty of cover to work around as well. You see that low ground underneath the bridge is a position that can be played. Rocker is down there. And so we'll see how much time he can buy out. It looks like he might have even been spotted out by Nathan.
Yeah, you can see Flanker sitting there. Knows exactly when he needs to hit that med kit. Probably has a handful of them as well. We need to hop off him and see what else is going on because that's tilting. Energy over here. This is the team that you want to go and watch. You also want to keep an eye out for Cooler, who's located over towards the top. We know that Pringles was making a rotation as well. There's going to be LG involved. They finally push it onto Cooler, but this is more than just a 2-team fight. This is a 3-team fight, and you know that Flanker's over there healing as well in the corner, so a lot of players dropping back and forth, and this Wraith queuing has to be weak. Just a little bit of damage onto there with the Mastiff. Can't despot this one. Got to wait for the teammates. There's a good 84. Reinforcement should be coming in here fairly soon. Rugby going to drop. Flanker over there healing on the side. And I believe we may still have Pringles alive somewhere too if we did see Casellas still stay alive on that Pathfinder. So I'm not quite sure exactly who that was going to be. There goes Flanker. He's going to drop.
He did it.
And now we have, I believe, a 3-on-2. No, wait. Did Flanker really make it? That was Pringles that dropped.
Can we check on Flanker? Okay. Flanker is still alive.
God.
He actually did it for Team Liquid. That's going to be 3 for 3 individual rat performances.
We should
coming
thank
out from
Liquid.
in a second.
Honestly, we should thank Liquid for abusing this so it gets patched. Personally, thank you, Team Liquid, for showcasing this. How broken it is. I hope you guys win by 1,000 points tonight.
Yeah, so we'll see if Liquid will maintain their lead there in the first place position. But yeah, something definitely does need to be done about that zone damage again. I think Sentinels tried to show that off as well. They were doing a lot of that going around with the Tridents last week. But we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, it'll be games number 7 and 8. And so don't go anywhere, guys. This is Series E. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name's Dracos. I play Apex for Team Nestle Pure Life. And did you know that human bone is comprised of 31% water? The more you know.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Series E. We got 2 more games left in store for us as we had another top 2 finish for Team Liquid, who were standing on top of the leaderboard. So let's go ahead and take a look at that to see exactly where we are. The last 2 games of the night, and Team Liquid with that second place finish. They'll be up to 62 points now with a 6-point lead above Team Rockstar, Tom.
Liquid's like, you got your KP? Yeah, I got my KP. All right, cool. Rat it out, man. We got this. We need all the points we can get, trying to get that pred, trying to get that money from Series E this week, but it's working. So thank you, Liquid, for exposing the truth. We need an update on the zone. Rockstar, though, they've been very impressive right next to Nestle Pure Life. I really want to see these 2 teams continue to put on performances like this. NRG snuck over there, though, with a big game, and Pringles not that far behind. So, again, very impressed with these partner teams and the way they've been able to play today.
Yeah, it's only been 3 weeks so far that we've been running Series E, but we are seeing some improvements coming out from our partner teams. So I'm really excited to see what they can do as we move forward throughout the autumn circuit, and they compete in that tournament as well. And so right now, though, Team Liquid are showing that, you know, they are a solid squad. They've got the 3rd fill-in for Casper in Albert Laley, and every single member of this pickup squad, I guess, at this point or whatever, is doing a great job. Flanker and Nocturnal, even though they've had the roles swapped around, they are meshing well, and they're doing a great job with Albert Laley. That is why right now they are in 1st place. We'll see, though, if Rockstar and NPL can catch up. They have plenty of time to do it. There's 2 games still left to go here in week 3 of Series E.
Yeah, so we're starting Game 7 shortly, and if you're just joining us, there's a lot of 50-50s that are going on. The games have been very fast-paced so far. You have an ongoing battle with Rice Krispie Treats and TSM. You have Team Applejacks. They're battling up against, I believe, what is that? Not Rogue they're going by this time, which is also 2 brains, 1 controller in the 14th spot. And also Third Impact apparently have had some lag problems or has lagged out. Either way, they are not going to be in this next game, so we will probably only have 19 teams in this lobby. I believe they are one of the teams that were also fighting off the rip as well.
Yeah, they have been fighting over at Grow Towers up against Sentinels across these games. And so, you know, definitely do not envy them. Third Impact is a fantastic squad, but when you're already playing at a ping disadvantage, playing up against a very strong team fight team on a 50-50 becomes very difficult to ask. Sentinels, though, currently sitting in the middle of the pack, 26 points right now. And so they are trailing behind by 36 points. We have seen them have some massive games where they just run through lobbies, but this is going to be a really tall task for them in 2 games to try and catch up that much up against up against someone like Team Liquid, who have been really solid throughout the entire day so far. We're still waiting here for game number 7 as right now we're getting teams into the lobby, but taking a look at the middle of the pack, it's still an open field, Tom. Any one of these teams, NRG, Pringles, Cooler, Team Razor, hell, even Navi and TSM can come back from behind to try and take the victory today.
I feel like the other teams are going to get a little salty that Liquid's been somehow ratting it out. So whenever they knock 2 members of Liquid, don't be surprised the 3rd member gets hunted down. Maybe it's a Bloodhound, whatever it is. But the good thing for Liquid is they've been going pretty far out of the zone, so they're not even within scan distance the entire time. So we'll see. I think we're going to hop on board with Applejacks when we start this one. And again, they're landing, I think, over at Solar Arrays. So it's going to be interesting to see how these 2 teams fight it out. In the middle, there's typically no armors and only sniper rifles. So whoever lands there is going to have mobility. Meanwhile, other teams land on the outskirts and make their ways in. There's been fast third parties, though, Jamerson. I believe it was Team Rockstar was hot on the trail last time. So this team fight has to happen immediately.
Yeah, nice blue already for Kenny, but he doesn't have a weapon quite yet, and this is kind of scary for him to try and peek out. He does have, it looks like, at least a wingman, but no mag on that one. Is going to be difficult to fight with. He's a little bit separated from Clan and Lion as well, so he just backs away from that position. A lot of ground given up. Team Rockstar, though, over here at Bonsai Plaza found themselves in a fight as well. Force out the Gibraltar bubble so that the team can rotate around, but no, Rockstar under no real pressure to drop down quite yet. They could spend their time just poking away. Matt Pickett with a great angle using the Q on that horizon. He's got the Sentinel, would have much rather preferred probably the charge rifle here or the triple take to try and land those shots, but nothing coming of it quite yet.
Pickett's such a psycho, going for the montage play. Not able to land it. You could see the bullet trail didn't go anywhere near where he was aiming, so you're going to need a hit scan gun. Like you're saying, the charge rifle would have been much more ideal there, or even a triple take, so you have a little bit more room for error. But we're looking at the team fight that's happening with Applejacks and not Rogue. There's the scan coming in, which is about 100 yards away, still hitting. And that's going to give away their position. Lion doesn't have an armor, though, so this is a difficult spot to be in. And keep in mind, the third party will come very shortly.
I think he's AFK or might have disconnected, unfortunately. Oh, Cooler versus Rockstar down here at Bonsai as Crummy is getting pushed. He does have the backup of Matt Pickett, but not for long. Cooler push their advantage. They take that team fight win, and Team Rockstar are out of game at number 7.
Ooh, that's why you don't drop from the top right there, at least from that angle. If you're going to have to drop, you're going to have to drop beforehand and catch them out while they're in the middle. You can't let them actually infiltrate the doors and get inside, otherwise you're caught in the open. That's exactly what Cooler does. Rockstar taken out fairly early. They were sitting over towards the top of the leaderboard, so now it's Nestle Pure Life's opportunity to try to get something done. Meanwhile, LG, they're tied, I believe, with TSM. Getting some free loot over here, and now they're going to make the rotation over towards the Rift, which is one of the more fun places to land over towards as well. You can hit that middle and go anywhere that you want, but also a decent amount of loot and some crafting over here as well.
Yeah, we can see that the ring is pulling up to the north here as well. Good shots coming out from Sanya as he does have that gold wingman in play. Oh, he just keeps hitting. He does not miss. But the team don't have their high ground positioning here as Sanya now is caught out. He's got 5 more seconds until he has that grapple. There's a little bit of cover to work with, and there we go. The rest of the squad pulls up onto the high ground here as we join TSM in a fight up against Team Pringles. Pringles already down 1. Snipe down getting that knock onto Castella's hundreds. He's going to use that Q to back on out along with Stink. He does have the gold armor. Don't know what his heal situation looks like quite yet, but Stink is trying to bait them in with this arc star. They're not going to fall for it whatsoever. He goes down, and it's only hundreds left in that fight. LG, though, continuing that fight. It is up against CLG right now, as you can see Pringles running over there as well. LG have traded away as Rugby drops down with that Mastiff, and LG take out CLG.
Yeah, again, the two teams that are tied find themselves both getting in a fight at the same exact time. Now, Sanya's their kill leader with 4 overall. I believe they found another kill onto maybe someone from Rice Krispies. As we see what Intel's doing. Setting up with the Charge Rifle Mastiff combo here. Intel's going to be such a hard player to deal with. And it was a lag out from Bird. Sung is back. And Stunny's alive, so this could have been the remainder of the LG fight now, but you're coming into a very, very healthy team, I believe. We'll see what's going on with Stunny.
Yeah, very unfortunate to have that disconnect here, as we were on board with Intel, and that was that position that they played before when the ring pulled up. I believe that was, what, game number 2 that ended up going over towards the carrier. It looks like Applejacks, though, now finally getting into that fight. Tangy getting the knock and the thirst. It's NPL, though, over at carrier in the fight with NRG. Bambino has taken a lot of damage, but they've got the thirst onto Rocker. They've got the man advantage. They just need to buy time for Bambino to heal up, and now they can push in as a full 3.
Yep, and they've been blessed with some pretty good zones the entire time, but not only that, they've played the edge very well too, and that's what I've loved to see from these guys. Not only that, their team fighting has been phenomenal. Ronnie's stuck with the team a majority of the time. Dracos has switched off of Pathfinder though and gone on over to Gibraltar, so they're trying something a little bit new, even though they're sitting over towards the top of the standings. They realize they don't need to run 2 recon players here, and now you're going to see what Bambino is going to be able to do. Pops the Beast of the Hunt. That Gibraltar bubble is going to go away pretty soon, but because of the fact that they're getting shot from behind, makes them wonder exactly how they want to go and approach the situation. There's the bubble. They're going to start charging in here. Stunny gets knocked by Ronnie, so we have another fight going on between Rice Krispie and LG. Doubled back. Great burst there coming in. That's going to be great knock there onto NRG. There's the finish. NPL coming through with some very clutch kill points on a team that was right on their heels in the standings.
Yeah, that's a great win. And of course, just establishing this position here in the ring. We did see it pull up earlier on. And it's looking like they'll have a second chance at this zone once again. And their armor situation is fantastic. It looks like they have plenty of heals as well to work with. No crafting. It looks like in the area, unfortunately, so they won't be able to have amazing number of bats. Ooh, Ronnie, you do have to be careful. There's still teams shooting at you. He's just going to be able to rejoin his team. He's got Phoenix kits for days to work with. Let's go ahead and swap around to other teams to see exactly where we're at. Bambino continuing to get poked down. Cheez-Its, though, here on a fight and the edge over by Turbine right now, as they did get scanned, and they also give us the ring information. Oh, there's a Gibraltar right in front of me. There's actually a full squad, 2 in front of him here, as he is playing around the bubble, but he will ultimately go down. That was 303's Fury, but now it's all up to Amaze here, holding the line, as Strictly has gone down. Amaze with the triple take now, up against this Wraith, but he has to reload, and in that time, he goes down. NPL have been pushed by Pop-Tarts, but as we swap on over to their perspective, they win out that fight. They've got a lot of good kill points here, as we know that Team Rockstar going down early, this opens up a huge chance for NPL to catch up.
Really, all they have to watch out for Team Liquid here, and NPL coming up big in 2 team fights back to back. Not only going to give them confidence, Jamerson, but going to give them a ton of loot, which is super important. Even if you fall off the map here, I think they should have been fine. But I'm so impressed with the way they've been able to clean these up and only lose 1 member, which is really, really important to make sure that you have 2 people that have to heal. So 1 person could watch, have a presence like you were saying, and bully the rest of the teams that come and try to come over towards your spot for the third party. So now all these armor swaps in the world coming through, and they're just going to be looking over towards the top right, finding out what Team Liquid's up to.
Yeah, with 12 squads remaining, it looks like 2 players are missing now in the lobby. We knew that there was a big fight that did end up finishing over at the Rift, and I don't quite remember who were the winners there. It might have been LG. I'm not entirely too sure. If we could just swap around, that would be awesome. As we know that NPL, they're going to be happy in this position for some time right now. And yeah, it looks like LG were able to survive the fight out here. They've got 2 purple armors along with a blue on to Ronnie, and they are just gatekeeping here on the edges. They can spend their time here crafting as well if they want to, as you can look and see there's plenty of heals on the ground for them. And so they are working their way towards that late game. Currently, it's TSM on the other side of this, and they want to find these extra kill points. They have a lot of ground to make up.
Hal has the Kraber, elects not to use it. Meanwhile, Snipe Down pops the Beast of the Hunt. That's going to give away his position because it's so loud, but a decent spray right there, doing a good 60 damage onto that player. Is going to charge up his Evo shield, and Hal refuses to back down instead of hitting a battery, which means he's going to be out of this fight a little bit longer. Typically when Hal takes 100 damage, or most people take a shield's damage, they're going to refuse to take med damage, but now he's going to have to hit those health heals. LG healing outside the zone, and a lot of pressure coming through here as you have automatic weapons almost on everybody for TSM. You have the flatline here. Reps, he's going to be ripping that scout, so he's the only one with a single fire weapon, and there goes Hal. He's sending it in with a great burst right there. Takes out the Kraber, switches on over to Sonya. Are you kidding me? Hal with a double shot right there. And going for the clip, if he hits it, oh my God! Are you kidding me? Put it on Twitter.
Imperial Hal biding his time, but really it was a great job by Snipe Down, keeping them contained inside that building. You saw the off angle that he was holding, and I thought it might be a little bit dangerous for him to play up by himself without the help of Imperial Hal, but it kept them in there. He swings on in, is able to get the spray down with the auto, and then comes in with that Kraber. Just beautiful play coming out from Imperial Hal, and this is why we talk about them so much. This is a team that is just absolutely stacked with talent coming out, oozing from every single player.
It's one of the best clips I've seen in Apex tournament history right there. Triple kill with the Kraber, double quick scope, nasty play from Hal, using it as a shotgun, just ripping faces. Nasty, nasty play. That's going to give them a lot of confidence they're going to get the juices flowing. They're going to be feeling it after that one. I'm sure TSM going to pick up a lot of kill points for the rest of this game. But NPL, they're going to be one of these teams that try to slow TSM down. They have a team over towards their right-hand side. They're predicting another pull over towards their side as well. And we know how much loot these guys have. Multiple armor slots over here towards the back, tons of resources. Instead of over-challenging, they elect to go over towards Ronnie and kind of condense their real estate and make sure that they're not getting flanked, which is a smart decision. We saw how they were able to get pushed on over towards Liquid, but you could just see how much area they own, Jamerson. This entire ship is theirs.
Yeah, this is how they played it at last time, right? They just gave up section after section, taking one fight after the next, but slowly in a very controlled manner. We have a lot of teams in Carrier right now, or around the area. Two currently in Carrier, and then it looks like 2 teams rotating in from the western edge who are going to be forced to go in there. There are options to rotate to the south, but until now, as it looks like the ring does start pulling away from them, but they're going to bide their time. Of course, we've got 1 minute and 40 seconds before the next ring comes down, and so they're just doing a good job of just, of course, watching their backs. They played this position last time the same way, making sure that they've got every zip locked down as well. They're just trying to poke and get their armors up. Double R9 for Tempest is a little strange, but you'll see eventually maybe he does swap off onto something like a Mastiff. It's Team Liquid, though, getting into a fight with Max Strafe and Na'Vi. Currently, they've already gotten the knock here, and so they're trying to push this advantage, continue to push up. We do have information on the ring as well, thanks to them. This is going to end up on the north side of the Carrier section here, and onto a lot of the open ground here. Yuki has come in for the third party, getting the knock onto Flanker here, and so Liquid might have bitten off a bit more than they could chew. Losing Flanker out in that building, it's going to be very near to impossible to try and recover him. Here's Albralele going in for that port. I'm surprised that he hasn't been thirsted yet, but we do have the rescue mission coming out, and Flanker will be able to get himself back into safety. Oh,
wow, Albralele charges in without his Q. Questionable play right there. Very aggressive. They needed to just back off and finish that res. Then they get third party. Nestle Pure Life is loving this one. Meanwhile, Hal continuing 4 for 4 with the Kraber, finishing off Nocturnal. Going to take the kill lead as well. Running a little bit low on ammo, though, and we know Navi's there. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hal go for some more Kraber clips.
It's on to double gold with that thermite, but he's doing so much damage, and now Reps goes ahead and pushes up. He's got that massive, getting the first knock onto Claus. Al's trying to go for another no-scope with that Kraber, but it is Na'Vi getting cleaned up. Reps instantly rezzed up into this, and with how many teams did go down here, it's fairly safe. The nades are coming in, and here's Intel now trying to recover. Team did get knocked down by Snipe down, but a great knock onto Reps with that nade. It looks like it's just going to be a 2v2 currently here, as they're trying to play around this bubble for now, and unfortunately Hill will go down. It's all up to Tempest, and he takes out TSM. Didn't know, didn't think anyone could stop them, but he was able to. Great move by Intel, moving out of their spot, and now having the majority of this zone.
See, Jamerson, that's why he's got the double R9. He just wanted to finish off TSM before they end up running over this entire lobby, but that was a great performance for TSM. Hal coming through. It was a 2-on-2. Reps ends up getting knocked, sniped down with the support. Great damage coming through, but the thermite from Hal was absolutely phenomenal on top of those Kraber shots. Now looking at a gold Sentinel Wingman combo from Crust. Gotta hit your shots with this one, but ooh, there it is. A nice 112 to the dome. Meanwhile, Dracos finds a kill onto Mercy only, and the ring is gonna eat tangy sauce. So you have a sliver of the carrier still inside, which is great for the teams that are on that side, but a team like Sentinels has to force their way in. That's exactly what they're doing. However, there's a lot of shots coming in from behind, so this is such a tough spot to be. It's going to have to be a portal coming in from Retzi.
Yeah, I believe it's... oh, no. That's a big knock coming out from Nasky, as you can see instantly with that defensive bombardment going down as well, but they don't have the time to go for that quick res, as Dell is right on top of them trying to punish them. Goes into the queue a little bit early, but it's enough as it buys time for Yuki to come in. Nasky has gone down. Senox is the one to take him out, and there it is. Cooler clean up Sentinels, and they'll instantly pop that res onto Nasky. No punishment coming out quite yet, as it looks like they'll be able to safely just get back into the fight here as we join Team Rogue B team. Tech is healing his way through the zone. It's a little bit tight, but he does get that med kit off. They'll be able to get in on the south side. And luckily for them, they're not going to be running into 303, who are on the other side of this chasm as a full 3. What is going on over there?
I don't know. It's some trident play going on. Great triple take shots across the map right there, though, with the 6x. Turns laying down some decent damage, but they're going to have to make some rotations coming in. They're going to have to make it in fast. 15 seconds left here. That's what we were talking about, Jamerson, when you're getting gate kept. That's where it's very important. But, oh, nice job by E-Boy Ronnie. Finds a knock right there onto Tech. They are short-handed because Tangy, keep in mind, died to the ring a little bit earlier. So
Let's go this way.
now 303 picks their spot. The pings go down. No portal for Fury. This is going to have to be a good bubble play from Turns.
And I believe there's a team already in zone. So 303, they have to make their decision exactly how they want to go in. It looks like they are just going to go ahead and walk that. Turns is forced to use that battery. Tech drop down super low. NPL's Dracos will be able to take him out. Tangy Sauce getting finished off by Cooler as well. So now we are down to our top 4 squads. NPL, though, pushing out into the open. They have almost nothing to work with. There is some coverage there for now, as they are just trying to finish off this squad, but they are running out of time. They are burning down to the zone as well. E-Boy Ronnie is able to make it in, and it looks like they do have some low ground coverage to work with. Instant port out to try and get Dracos, of all people, in here under safety. And now with Team Intel, it looks like they might just be able to get that thirst onto Bambino. The rescue mission might not be successful for Team Nestle Pure Life. You have the Wraith coming down here, try to go for that abduct, but nothing really working here. No, it's the port, excuse me, being used by Bambino. And so as soon as they get the bubble, they're able to get the res up.
Great job there by Ronnie, laying down a portal. Doesn't actually need the portal to capture, but it's just to come back so Dracos can live. And now they find the rat, 303 Fury. He's going to drop. They're wary of what's above them. Still have that portal if they want to go and try to escape. Meanwhile, you have Intel over towards the side. They got that Kraber that was on Hal's body. Rocking, again, another very tough combination, very skillful combination to go and use Wingman Kraber. Coming in for Teen. It's got that red Evo armor. Going to have to go and hit that battery, but safely set up over towards the back because you have Tempest on this Watson. This is what we were talking about with the Watsons, just being able to own this real estate, saying we're over here, not a big deal, no one can mess with us. But I love this portal coming in from Teen. They already picked their spot. That makes it so much more difficult for a team like Nestle Pure Life to go and pick the rotation.
Yeah, and they're the only team in the zone right now. We have NPL right down in the low ground. Kraber, 3 shots left, remaining 14 here, and he just really needs to watch out for the team over there on the ship. Currently, he does have to fall back, but the Thermite does connect onto purples and onto reds. Or, excuse me, defensive bombardment has gone down as Teen still needs to heal up his health as well. NPL tries to push up the hill, but they've got that bubble to work with, and so they reset underneath there. Dracos gets that bat off. Bambino will need to heal up as well. Here comes a port out now from E-Boy Ronnie to get them a little bit more into the zone here, and he swings wide with that massive. Hits for 91, hits for the 116. So much damage coming across, but they don't have the knocks yet. It's Cooler that cleaned up the squad, and now Intel should be looking to take advantage. They do have, it looks like, the HP almost equal on either side, but Cooler getting the first knock onto Hill. It is traded. It's now all up to Tempest here. He's got the R99 and the Mastiff in this 1v1, and Hill again comes in clutch for Team Intel, and Intel will take game number 7.
Was that Tempest with the double R9? Winning it again, the 1v1. Gets it against TSM, does it against Cooler. Huge plays from Intel coming out with the dub. Love the way Nestle Pure Life played that one. Ronnie comes through with amazing massive shots, but the rest of the guys end up whiffing. That could have got them second place at least, but nothing was stopping that third party coming in from Intel. Very well played, great position, and great timing.
Yeah, this was the second dub of the day for Team Intel, and we're going to go ahead and take a short break. We'll see exactly where they end up on the leaderboard after that. When we get back, though, it'll be the final game of Series E for tonight, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Series E as we have now finally hit the last game of the day, and that was a huge pop off for a lot of our squads. But most importantly, it was a great game for Cooler. But it was Intel that ended up taking game number 7. Unfortunately, though, with their very central, center zone play style, they're not picking up much KP behind it. And so if we take a look at the leaderboard, despite having 2 wins under their belt, currently right now, Team Intel find themselves in 7th place with 46 points.
Nestle Pure Life taking the #1 spot right now after 7 games. Can they hold off these 2 amazing teams? Cooler Esports, Team Liquid, hot on their heels, Rockstar. They're pretty close too. Any one of these teams on the left-hand side could strike. Maybe not Navi because they need to make up that extra 5 points like TSM does, but one big game is really all you need, and a couple of these teams, if they slip up, that's your opportunity to make your way in. But what a performance so far from a couple of these partnered teams, NPL, Rockstar, Pringles, Intel, Razer. They've been in the hunt the entire time. It's crazy to me that Intel's won 2 games, only 46 points. They haven't been able to find all of the KP that they need. Maybe a couple more sniper rifles or a little bit more luck on their side, and we could see them popping off as well.
Yeah, it's a little strange because typically we see, when a team that's standing at the top of the standings, generally, they have like a fairly even split between kill points and placement points. Team Intel, though, they have 33 placement points with 13 KP behind it. And so they need to find some way to find some extra kills in the mid game, be a little bit more proactive there to really find themselves on the higher end of the leaderboard. But still, being able to play out to the late game, that's a really good sign. We'll see how well this consistency works out in the future for them. It's Team MPL, though. It's Nestle Pure Life week, and sure enough, we have Nestle Pure Life here in the #1 position. But it's not over. We have one more game left to go, Tom. Like you said, Cooler is still there, Liquid is still there, Rockstar are all within very close striking distance with NRG even in the fray, and so they cannot let go of the gas. They need to close this one out. And it's going to be that that very important middle game where we see a lot of teams getting caught out on rotations or getting caught out in a third-party fight. And so we'll see how NPL plays this last game out to try and secure this win for themselves during their week.
And they're one of the teams that's not getting 50-50. They've been landing over towards carrier. We've seen 2 zones pull over towards that side. Meanwhile, our winner from yesterday, Team Rice Krispie Treats, they are a team that's getting 50-50. They're sitting in 19th. They've been splitting their side with TSM. It's been a tough fight for them. They win the original one, but haven't been able to really get much footing after that. And then we've seen teams like Liquid coming through and healing in the zone the entire time, but they took a very aggressive fight, I believe, against Navi that didn't go their way. It could have been cooler either way because they picked up so many kills, but we'll see. It's been a phenomenal performance from a lot of different teams, and now we go into this final game where anything could happen.
Yeah, and so in game number 8, we've had a lot of northern circles so far. That's about the 3rd time, I think, that the ring has pulled up basically into that carrier area. We've also had to go up towards power grid. And so Nestle Pure Life have been able to work off the back of that, really utilizing their positioning and kind of their knowledge around carrier. You had mentioned during that last game that they were doing a good job of just not attracting too much attention, right? You don't want too many teams firing at you. So even though they saw a team to the north, I believe that was like Cooler or someone, or Cooler and Liquid, I think that they were fighting up there. Nestle Pure Life still bid their time. They understood that they had to play for that late game position as well because the ring was pulling away from them. There was a huge indication that the ring would pull away from them. So really good utilization of that skill, of that macro understanding, making it out to the late game. Nestle Pure Life now sitting in 1st place. Can they do it during their week? Take the pro nights here in week number 3 of Series E. That's going to be a very important one here. But I just love to have seen right now the development of this squad. We were talking about it, Tom. It was the E-Rat Roddy show throughout the qualifiers. That's how he got in. That's how they got partnered. But now they're playing to the late game, and they are playing with what looks like a lot of experience.
Yeah, and you have to give hats off to a team like Pringles, too, because they haven't had any crazy ALGS performances like we've seen from Team Rockstar. Team Rockstar recently got 4th place. We know what they're capable of, but seeing like a team like NPL and a team like Pringles start to develop, even a team like Intel start to develop, because Razor's placed in the top 4 in ALGS as well. These are the teams that we've seen coming in and had a hard time kind of qualifying, right? Like you were saying, Jamerson, they barely made it into Series Z for Team NPL. Now we're 3 weeks in, and they're not only hanging with the best NA teams, they're hanging with the best EU teams. So just being here is a great opportunity for them. Being in this place where they could go and win this week is great, but it'd be awesome to see them try to finish this off.
Yeah, and what another great way to start it all off. This was the Rift. We saw a lot of fighting going on over here in game number 7. LG, TSM. A number of other teams were also involved in the fight over here, but it's Team Nestle Pure Life. They've been playing over at Carrier. They've been doing a great job. They've been also, been really able to utilize the fact that the ring has been pulling up to them once again over here at Carrier. Being able to utilize the replicators this time, and so they'll have a lot more heals to work with in game number 8.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And again, it's going to be Draco switching off of the Pathfinder, going on over to Gibraltar and finding a purple armor. This is a great sign. You get Riney with the blue. You get the purple light mag too for your R9 while you're rocking a sniper rifle. Great start here for Dracos. Charge rifle, R9, purple armor, purple mag. You really couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, and there's still plenty of looting to do as well. It looks like we did start this lobby, I believe, third impact. Didn't play game number 7, unfortunately. Of course, we understand you're playing from EU. The lag is already, or the ping is already bad, as E-Boy and Ronnie making his first excursion out of Carrier there to get some extra loot for them. And it's oddly quiet right now in the server, as we've been privy to a lot of early game fighting. There should be at least 3 50-50s going on. Without third impact in the lobby, of course, they're not 50-50ing up against Sentinel, so that's one less fight, but I'm surprised that we haven't seen a knock quite yet.
Yeah, and these are typically when the teams start to turn up and just start charging each other and going all at it. So I was expecting maybe 5 squads left at this point, but tons of crafting materials coming through, and now we have the battle that continues over towards this side. Hey, Lion's in the game this time, and he has armor. Very active Lion this time. Not a sleepy Lion. A lion that's moving and a threat that could potentially come and hunt you down like a little gazelle. That's what we're seeing right now as they set up over towards the side. And this has been the same little stance that they've taken, same strategy that each team has done. Applejacks meets up over towards this building. They wait for the scan, and then the other team takes over towards middle.
It looks like Lion does want to try and peek out a little bit. The bubble was used early on here on the low ground by Tech's squad. And they might be able to collapse on this player, hitting for 70 on that purple. That is huge damage coming across. I'm surprised they're not trying to play off that a little bit more here, but now they are coming in. Klain is coming up from behind, and Kenny is there. The knock on to Tech as they continue their push. There's one more player in front of them, hitting for flesh now as they continue to choke out this squad. That's going to be Hollow going down along with Tangy Sauce. It looks like he went down to Lion, and that is it. Applejacks went out there 50-50.
Very nicely done there. Dropping at the right time, waiting for the scans to be used. Now we take a look at what's going on with NPL. They've taken a decent amount of damage. A couple hostiles detected. Bambino going to back off. Draco's backing off as well. Ronnie's a little bit split. They're going to have to retreat back on over towards their landing spot. Get into Carrier, reset.
What happened to Applejacks? Can we swap on? Okay, never mind. Okay, Rice Krispies, though, in their fight here at Power, and so TSM in their sights. They've got triple blues to work with now as the scan comes out from Sung, and now they are chasing here. Sung is a little ahead of them, so you have to be careful. Scan comes out from the other side. That has to be sniped down. Try to give them information here. Good triple take shots coming out from Stunny, connecting, but the Gibraltar bubble is there. TSM looks like they have been able to reconnect, as now Sung is out by himself in this 3v1. GS Bird got here a little bit too late now, and TSM are just rolling on through. It's all up to Stunny, but TSM win this fight out once again, but the nades are already coming in from the third party.
Yeah, you're going to have to get out of here immediately. That's why they're laying down some cover fire to try to buy themselves some time. That's a nice, clean 108 to the dome piece right there coming in from Hal. That's going to buy enough time for the other team to have to heal. Means that you could heal yourself. Snipe down going to have the med kit if he hits it. That'd be great for them. But now Hal is getting pinched from multiple sides. Only about 20 HP left on him. LG in the vicinity as well. Tough spot to be in. You're going to see a nice push in with the Mastiff right there. That's going to connect 91 as well. This is going to be TSM falling to LG.
And LG have had this timing on this third party. This time it is successful, very quick for them, I believe, on the kill feed. We also saw Rockstar might have been going down in their fight down at Bonsai Plaza. Oh, it sounds like they actually won the fight up against Cooler, but I think a third party might have come in. And so I would like to check in with Rockstar to see exactly where they are. We're already down to 15 squads here in game number 8.
This is exactly what we want to see if you're Nestle Pure Life too. Let the other teams pick each other apart. Just pray that the two teams that are right on your heels end up taking each other out, or at least they just fall to somebody else. Meanwhile, Razor getting some kills in your top right. Pickett going to have to go on a Saving Private Crummy and Rakinishu mission here as he's making his way at the perfect timing here. Going to try to pick this up with just a couple of seconds left, as he hopes the other team isn't capping these banners. Now we see the defensive bombardment coming out as they're hanging out in the bike shop, as you like to call it, Jamerson. I think it's a very safe place to be for these guys, as they're going to lay down some shots, but not much heavy ammo for that wingman if you're Zare Tricky. Only 20 bullets, going to have to find something along the way. There it is.
Yeah, those are some nice bikes too. They're set for the velodrome as well. Yeah, that's right. Your boy is a biker. Knows what's up. No, I'm just I am indie trash. I got myself a fixie, but that's about the extent to my bicycle knowledge. Anyhow, Razor continuing their push through the southern side here as they are now pushing up to the high ground as we join on board with Cheez-It. Madness with a great spray down onto Nades takes him out, and now they need to try buy some time here. Nades going up into the sky. Hopefully he gets connect with that, but Nades is disconnected from his team. Strictly is getting pushed now. Nade out their window here to try and force the kill, but it's going to be all 3 members of CLG now pushing up. Looks like dropping down onto him, but Bubble is there, and Cheez-It gets cleaned up by CLG. But how clean is it? We can see that there is fire coming across here over at Estates. Another team is already getting involved in this fight right now. CLG, let's go back to the screen real quickly. Okay, I can see the map. Thank you. There we go. CLG are looting up, but it looks like they are going to be safe. And the ring is pulling up to the northwest side of the map.
It's a very nice team fight for CLG. We've been waiting for them to pop off, get something clean, but not only that, make sure they don't get third-partied because they've been putting themselves in good positions. They just haven't really been getting lucky. I would say more unlucky than not in a majority of their games. But now they're seeing themselves with a scan in good position. They have a lot of crafting materials in the area if they need to, but oh, Alberlelli. He's going to fall off the map.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Liquid.
Not playing Pathfinder.
Oh boy, we'll see if he can recover off this right now, but it doesn't look like so, as Nocturnal has gone down to NRG as well. Razor finding themselves in another fight. Na'Vi is going to be able to pick that one up. Well, you know what? Let's not count out Liquid. They've had 3 top 2 finishes just by ratting. We'll see if they can try and do that again. We are down to 13 squads here, but with Flanker going down, the prophecy will not be fulfilled by Team Liquid. It's Na'Vi continuing this fight though. Razor now, as they've gotten the knock onto Claw. Strafey dropped down low, but it's Senox coming in for the third party. So many teams in the area. Nesh just gonna go ahead and throw down that defensive bombardment. Might actually die to it himself. No, he's out of the range of it. So really quick third party timing coming out from Sentinels here. We are now down to 11 squads.
Yeah, it's going to continue to be fast-paced as well. This is typically what happens in the final game here in Series E. Now Sentinel's going to take this high ground over here. This is an overlook. This is an area where you can't sit on top, have to return to battlefield. Senok's going to realize that fairly early, and he's going to drop down. But a nice little burst there with the Hemlock is going to take this player down and make that bubble get forced, which means they're going to have a huge advantage on this next fight. Some more nice shots there. Going to connect almost 150 damage onto that player that's running away, and now the bubble dissipates and the good nade coming through. But the defensive bombardment is going to have to back these guys up. They're going to have to reset. And meanwhile, LG going to find themselves in a nice fight with NRG as they find 2 knocks.
Yeah, a lot of kills coming in for LG here. It started off with that third party on TSM. They are continuing this momentum throughout the lobby. Every team is. This is just maximum speed now coming out from every team so far. Here comes the airburst attempt out from Sentinels. No connect on that one. A Narcstar this time around, as he's going to try once again. Pringle's getting into a fight with LG, though. 100 starts it off, getting the knock onto Sanya. So LG's momentum might be stopped here, As Sentinels, they don't like this fight anymore. They will just go ahead and elect to back away from this one.
Yeah, that's a smart play. As soon as they weren't able to get that knock on the player with the hemlock, as soon as the defensive bombardment came out, the rotation has to happen. Take a look at what Intel is doing. They're in the mix. Again, 2 wins out of our 7 games so far, looking fairly strong. Tempest coming up very clutch and a handful of times, winning that fight against TSM. Again, towards the end of the last game as well. Had a big fight, I believe it was against Team Pringles too, where they got the res off onto Teen. They also saved Teen when they were going up against Team Rockstar. So great support coming in for the rest of these guys. Pringles, also a team that's been playing very well today, has made their way over towards the Oasis side, which we know where the zone's going to pull over towards, and they're making it into the back corner as we find out exactly in 30 seconds where this zone is going to pull. No scans coming through quite yet for Casello, so they're just going to try to milk their way over towards here and try to find themselves in this building, which seems to be a safe spot.
There are so many damaged teams. There is one of them, Navi. It's Nesh left to heal out on the zone. He has a long trek ahead of him, and that trek is going to get even longer as the zone will start closing in 5 seconds. Looks like as we join on board with CLG on the outskirts of Oasis here, and they do spot out a team just ahead of them. We saw Team Pringles, I believe, taking control of that building right now, as CLG Madness doing a really good job of just going ahead and spotting out if there's any teams on the northern side of this map and just clear out their backs here. They don't need to fight for the buildings quite yet. They could just play here on the outskirts and try to fight the KP and then make their way up in terms of placement points. On board with Sentinels, though, as they're just riding along on the eastern edge here, as they have been spotted out. We have the sprays going down. Damage is, of course, going to cost them, as they're just going to pull a Yui and just get right out of there.
It's the power of the trident and the power of the bubble trident as well, but they've been rotating all over the place, and they've been also a very aggressive team as always, rocking the Gibraltar Pathfinder combination. So we were talking about which combinations are always the strongest. I feel like this Bloodhound Gibraltar combination is very deadly. You also have the Pathfinder Gibraltar combination, which is very deadly as well. And that's exactly what we're seeing from the CLG side, trying to make their way uphill over towards the Oasis area. This is a tough angle to fight, so Madness is just going to have to back off. Good thing for them is their entire back is clear. They have that whole space to work towards. It's most likely going to have to be a portal play for these guys because going uphill is so difficult in that spot. But you're going to see Teen get a knock onto Sonya. Meanwhile, 100 is going to get the finish onto Ronnie, and that's a majority of LG, if not all of LG, being wiped out.
Yeah, LG getting taken out of this one now. We're down to 9 squads, 25 players remaining here, so quite possibly just 1 rat remaining in the lobby. Pringles doing a good job of just keeping the perimeter around their building just clear for now. Hundreds does take a step outside, and that's, I believe, CLG just poking away at them currently. So CLG just keeping them contained inside the building so they don't get pushed and so that they can buy time to watch the northern side of the ring. We do see Strafey going down to the ring. So Navi are still trying to rotate in.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting ending here over towards Oasis because you have the dual roofs, and wow, 100's getting very aggressive here, leaving a powerful spot to go and get a different angle, maybe a different spot to lock down, or maybe getting interested in a third party that's happening to try to pick up some more KP because they're trying to get the dub here and they know that they need a little bit more points. But Madness getting just ticked away with that with the triple take. Now I think that was a charge rifle over towards the side, so it's just a laser show over towards where Madness is hanging out, and looks like they have plenty of resources to go and do this with. Otherwise, they'd be getting a little bit more desperate, trying to figure out a different spot to rotate. Now they're trying to take the team out in front of them. This seems to be the safest spot, this little cranny right in front of them. Their whole left side seems to be clear, but this team right in front of them, if they had a Bloodhound, it'd be so much easier to decide how they want to go and push this.
Yeah, if they can wrestle control of this area away, that would be massive because that would give them access to the basement as well instead of having to play up top up against squads that have the high ground up against you. Very little cover to work behind as well, and so they're trying to poke and prod away at this team currently. It looks like it is Team Intel who have control here on the eastern building. Teen and Hill outside right now, as that Watson generator has gone down. If CLG note that it is gone, that might be their go signal to try and go in. Tempest isn't popping an ultic cell, so it looks like he's just trying to buy time until he gets his next one here. And so CLG, we'll see if they want to try and go for this push now, as right now, Intel, we have the ring pole information, and yeah, this northwest side is completely open.
And CLG is in a pretty fortunate spot too. I wonder if they picked the spot knowing that the zone was going to crawl, switch on over to here. But you do have Pop-Tarts popping off right there, going up against Sentinels. That's going to be a knock on each side. So we'll keep you up to date on what goes on with that fight. But I like CLG's positioning here. Again, having your back cleared is so important. Now, if anyone charges this building from a different angle, that's when your opportunity to go and push that is. But you don't want to be the first person to go up over there. Meanwhile, Senok's going to get the finish there. On to Fat Fruit Ninja. Unfortunate there. Good portal coming in from Lucas, and they just weren't able to capitalize on it. Thirst was just too fast. Meanwhile, that's going to be the res coming out, I believe, for Sentinels too. So now they find themselves in a 2 versus 3 after they originally had a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, they have to be careful from the high ground position as well. Teams from Oasis are firing at them, and so hey, it's not just the threat of Sentinels below them. It's the other squads that are trying to get involved in this right now. Really wide swing coming out, and they took a lot of damage on the Gibraltar. It's another squad coming in here, possibly. But here it is, the high ground push, as it is Crust that was able to make his way on up. Lucas does answer back for one, but he's got no HP left, and he will fall. Sentinels take that fight in time. With 27 seconds remaining, they'll be able to get the res. They'll be able to loot, stabilize, and then rotate in, but they still have a long way to go. CLG, they are setting up here, trying to set up a cross angle with this port onto the other side. Looks like it might just be a looting effort coming out from Madness to pick up additional loot for them. It is LG's body on the other side, and so they use that port early on. It is still a little proactive play for them. He's going to drop that armor to pick up another one for himself, and so they're getting armor swaps for themselves in this position, and it's going to be very necessary. NPL are also getting closer and closer. They might be able to close the distance on CLG.
Yeah, I like the way NPL's been able to stay alive throughout this entire time. Yes, it's not the biggest performance in terms of KP, but they're kind of taking a page out of Liquid's book here. They're trying to get the placements points, hoping that the KP comes to them a little bit later. They've made their way over towards the back end here, where, again, their back is clear, which is very important for them to have. And now they're just hoping, because it's the final game, other teams are going to get desperate. They need the points. They need to take the fights if they want to go and take this W. Meanwhile, NPL sitting pretty over here. I'm just going to continue to try to win this one.
Yeah, a lot of their big threats are out of the game, so they are playing this passively right now. Our NPL, I believe, Cooler, Liquid, and Rockstar are out. So it all comes down to this. Will they be able to just close it out, have the remaining match points, excuse me, as Crust with a great spray down here. Sentinels trying to make their way on in, but Sentinels haven't cracked themselves. They're going to reset, hit those bats before they try another attempt. The zone will be pulling away up to the north there of the building, so Team Intel are going to be sitting pretty inside. It looks like that low ground position for CLG is still open, but that might mean that MPL come their way as well. So CLG have to report that. Sentinels now, though, with the control of the roof here, slowly trying to choke out the team underneath them, but they have to worry about CLG on the other side of the wall. We're on board with NPL, who will eventually get pushed down towards CLG's position if they continue to play down here, as Bambino just gonna wide swing for his squad, get some information, and the other side of the wall is free. The pings are coming in. They're trying to find a place to play, and it looks like they do have some hedges to work off of.
The thing about NPL is, yeah, you know Liquid's been eliminated, but you just don't know how many kill points they actually had. Maybe you missed something while you were making a rotation, and you weren't having full eyes over towards the top right. So whatever you're doing right now, if you're NPL, you're trying to win this game. That's the only way you know that you're going to be able to win this one. Not only that, winning Series E during your week, getting the dub in the final game, plus the W overall would just really feel good for these guys. So I love to see how methodical they're playing it. We've seen a lot of different varieties in their gameplay so far. Now we're seeing what it's like when they really take their advantages and use them to their full extent. That's going to be Pow with a big knock right there. That's going to be Retzi who eats it, and then Turns is going to get knocked by Ronnie as well. So big fights happening over towards this final zone.
Big crush coming down. We saw 303 getting involved as well, but NPL have all three up until they lose two. NPL are down in the top 5 at the very least, and it's going to be Team Pringles that have control over this wall right now, as CLG are on the low ground on the other side. We don't quite know where this ring falls. Okay, there actually we do have the information right there. We do have some jump peaks going on. Hundreds will go over the wall now, dropping in as CLG have backed away, and never mind, it is a HUD error for us. Stink has made his way over behind cover though, and here comes the defensive bombardment now from the other side now, along with that bubble being used early on. Pringles just backs away off of this one. We are down to 4 squads remaining. Stink getting hit by one of those defensive bombardment shots, but he does have the bubble to try and reconnect with his team right now. CLG try to push the bubble, and there they are right on top of the massive, hitting for 84. Another one coming out, and Baxton doing so much damage for his team, but he will go down ultimately. It's going to come down to a 1v1 that Madness loses. Excuse me, it was a 1v2. Pringles are the beneficiaries of that, but ultimately it's Team Intel looking to get back-to-back dubs here. They're up full 3. They bide their time. They don't pick up a lot of kill points, but they get the plus 12 and get another win.
Such a great sign for Intel that they're able to win 3 out of 8 games here in Series E. I don't think that's going to be enough to give them the overall point total because Nestle Pure Life was picking up a lot of kills, but just think about what happens when you go into the playoffs, for example, when you need to really win a game and you're able to go and do that. I know that's a far way away, but if you're able to get to 50 points and get the W, winning the actual game is one of the harder things, and that's why they have it set up like that over towards the tail end. So this is a great sign for Team Intel.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a short break while we tally up the final results because it is a pretty close one here. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with the final results of Week 3 of Series E right after this.
Hi, I'm Dracos. I play Apex Legends for Nestle Pure Life.
Hey, I'm Bambino, and I play Apex Legends for Nestle Pure Life. Let's go again.
Bruh, I need a new one. I already drank.
One more time.
Welcome back to Series E as we have tabulated all of the results. So let's not waste any time. Let's go straight over to the leaderboard to see who our ultimate winners are. And it is going to be Team Nestle Pure Life taking the win here during Nestle Pure Life Week. Congratulations with a 75-point victory. But take a look at second place, Tom. It's a three-way tie between Pringles, Liquid, and Cooler Esports.
What a day of Series E, and what a day for Nestle Pure Life. It was their whole week, Jamerson, and they came out and pulled it off. I'm sure these guys are super stoked. That's going to mean so much for their confidence as a team going forward. And it's on the new map, Olympus. So I know everyone's adjusting over the last week or so, but it's such a great sign as your individual skill and teamwork starts to shine, and also your adaptability starts to come out through as well. So great job to Nestle Pure Life and to Team Pringles.
Yeah, and so taking that first place win, that means, of course, they will be walking away with an additional $300. And so I love that we're able to continue to give to, of course, the ecosystem inside Apex Legends right now. And as a partnered squad, that's an additional bonus to really come up. So Nestle Pure Life, they have to be happy with that victory. So congratulations to all three players on that roster. We've been talking about it all day long, Tom. They've been developing and growing as a squad, and they are getting better and better. And this is one of the best weeks that we've ever seen out of them.
And we finally get to see what they're really made of in terms of team fighting and all facets of the game. We saw what it's like when they play the edge, when they go and gatekeep teams. They showed a lot of different layers to their play style today. And it's much more than just the Rat Ronnie show where he goes and runs around and gets all these extra points. Now they're really coming together. They're winning fights. Not only that, they're playing these zones well, and they're playing patient, disciplined Apex, and they're playing aggressive when they need to. I love to see it.
Yeah, and also congratulations to our other partner teams. Team Pringles coming in there tied for second place. We'll let the admins deal with how the tiebreaker works in that entire situation, but we're seeing drastic improvements across the board from all of our partner teams. So it's been amazing to watch their development. But before we close this out, we started the day off, of course, thanking our veterans. It is Veterans Day still here in North America, here in the United States of America. And want to shout out once again over to Crummy from Team Rockstar and Lion on Applejacks for their service. And of course, all of our service members here in the United States. Thank you so much for your service and your sacrifice for our country. That's going to do it for us here at Series E, though. We will be back next week. It'll be the Open tournament starting on Tuesday. So make sure you're back here on the Esports Arena channel Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And so we will see you guys then. That's going to do it for us. Have a good night and have a good weekend.
I want to talk about your guys' team and how you got together. But first, I think we just all have to tip our hats or give a nod to Ronnie. Just Ronnie in general for being, again, the best rat we've ever seen, maybe in all of Apex. Ronnie, where'd you get your skills from?
I don't know. Like one of my homies always tells me about some rat spots every week, and I don't know how he finds them, but he finds them. He tells me about them. Like, okay, I can use these to my advantage.
Well, you put him to work. You put him to work, and you do a really nice job. And Dracos, I want to know how this team formed together, when and how did it come about?
So basically, I know Bambino from Xbox, and we switched over last season, and so we didn't have anyone to play with. Really, we were just grinding ranked, and we basically got to pred by ourselves. And then, funny story about Ronnie, he was actually ratting one game, and he killed me. And I actually sent him a message on Discord. I'm not kidding, I can't make this up. But yeah, he was ratting, and I said we should run it sometime. And then we tried a few like GLLs and stuff like that. And then we decided to do the Series E, and here we are.
And you guys qualified. Bambino, what was it like for you guys finding out that you did qualify? How much did it mean to you individually and to the team?
Honestly, I was shocked. Like me and Draco, like I said, we go back like way back, honestly. And we've been practicing a lot. You know, we played ranked, started off ranked. You know, we switched over to PC. We knew we was gonna have it rough, and we knew we was gonna go get some pros. And so we dove head first. We was like, we're gonna give this a shot. You know, we're gonna get into comp scene. And we noticed that we was doing good. So I'm honestly shocked. Like, I just can't believe that we've made it this far, honestly. And back on the Ronnie thing, I just want you guys to know that when we are fighting a team and one of us gets knocked, Ronnie immediately runs away and skeeves. He rats. He runs and rats. So, but
I've seen
I'm
him.
shocked,
I've seen him
honestly.
stick around. I've seen him stick around to try to finish the fights, but definitely when two people are down, he's already halfway to where he was gonna go. So we'll just throw that out there. No one's sure how he does it. But so Bambino, you
Yeah.
came from Xbox. Dracos, you came from Xbox before. We'll go around in a circle. But Ronnie, what was the games that you were playing before Apex?
I played Apex on Xbox as well, but never like took it seriously. I only hit Diamond, so I never like played with the group. But before like that, I played Fortnite competitively. I got some money from that, but then I came to Apex like back on PC, pretty much.
Okay, so you had a BR background already. Dracos, what about you?
You know, I got my Xbox back in college with a lot of my friends. We really got into Halo 5 Guardians, and I got champion on that game on Xbox. And then Apex came out, and I was playing that for the majority of my time, and then I switched to PC. So that's basically, and now here I am, still on Apex.
Nice. I have a little bit of experience with Halo myself. Bambino, what about you? What was the games that you were playing before Apex?
Well, it first started off, I want to say Ghost Recon Future Soldier was when I started playing on like game battles, and then it went from there to Battlefield 4, and I started playing competitively there in some of those Battlefield tournaments, and then it's just Apex. So PUBG, then Apex. That's it. I mean, my gaming background.
Well, I mean, that's a good start. That's a good start. Ronnie, let's talk a little bit about your play style individually and the team's play style. For people that are new to watching Series E or seeing your team, what character, what legend do you play, and what is your team's play style? How does your individual play style fit into that?
I play Wraith, and our play style, we basically play Edge, because we're not really a team that pushes in. We're like passive aggressive mainly, because that's what we learned. If we try to take a spot for ourselves in the early game, we just end up getting third partied or just losing right off the bat. So we usually just play passive aggressive, take third parties, and we'll take a 3v3 and we'll probably win it majority of the time. But we gotta make sure it's a safe fight before we take it.
Favorite gun combo, Ronnie? What do you rock on the battlefield?
Probably Prowler and Mastiff.
Prowler, Mastiff. I got respect for it. Dracos, what about you?
I've really been liking the Hemlock like everyone else. Mastiff always in tournaments. Prowler triple take. 301 Mastiff is a sleeper. Really good. That's about it. And Volt sometimes.
Sounds like you're using a lot of different ones. I respect it. Bambino, what's your style?
Same, honestly. The Hemlock's in a strong spot right now. The Prowler has been in a strong spot. The Mastiff, I mean, you got a whole team running a Mastiff. There's really nothing you can do against it. So we honestly came together and was like, yo, we all need to find a Mastiff. If not, then one of us needs to run a triple take, which is a really strong weapon right now. So I'm gonna have to go with Hemlock, Mastiff, Prowler, triple take. That's my go-to.
I like it. All strong, all sticking with the meta. Hemlock, single fire burst, get the best of both worlds there. You can do a lot of damage with that thing. You could also do a lot of hip fire damage up close when it's unexpected. Mastiff, like you're saying, Dracos always got to rock that one.
Thank you.